that's the commissioner. Yeah. The cape didn't. The outer cape did not close. And I thought, I should have stuck to my gun. You know, you don't have to do it. And then, like I said, I was school bus, you know, and then my neck is. But the middle high school is out the 21st, and the elementary is out the 24th. No, I had lots of conversations with Rosalie about it. She called a couple more days. She just didn't know the weather pattern stuff here. Yeah.
Think about that.
I might need to hire you for protection.
You're going to have more choices over your testing dates because they realize not everyone can be online at the same time in the cloud.
How are you, sir?
I went to PowerPoints. I went to 2 more sessions last week and on Park, and then Meredith went to get the 3rd one even further out in the farthest day because I had something else here, and they're giving us more and more information. So they've just been so slow in producing the information that's making.
We'll consult. Yes.
Hi, Gene. Nice to meet you. Retiree.
Yeah, no, that gets supported by capital. The only change that he did was he's going to keep the ship. He's going to turn it in.
Like, well, there was no train stop from JFK to Quincy, so we had to take a bus.
Yep.
Took us long enough.
Unless there's like something
Like,
like
run around the house because I don't stop my house and pull the box. So we shut up. I don't woke up at 4:30. Huge.
Just for that end of the table.
that was my wife.
Probably got scared.
I see. Is it just because you guys are smarter than us? Yeah, you're just smarter than us. Okay.
My most important ambulance to try to get
My daughter's dog, 15, and she goes to the vineyard every Tuesday. So I always have the dog. But now she's stoned out.
Cannibal. Carver.
This whole section here.
You just can't give it up. You just can't give it up.
Friday. Michelle had her bake sale today. Friday today. We have there's 5 of them.
I thought you had
6:30 until 1. So they brought the baby to me and they had
Working. Somebody's got to work.
around here. Blah, blah, blah. And she says, welcome to my new life, waiting on my baby.
If I can have. Is it?
Just hold me up for another 20 days. You're going to lose it. That's 10 grand. You know, that goes out the window for every month. You see? Right?
That's from the last meeting that we had.
I usually wait for
And then
people standing.
It appears that it's, my voice is not.
because that's the amount.
Testing, testing. Testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Coming through here.
Test, test. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, testing. That's better.
Try that.
Testing, 1, 2, testing, testing.
I'll have to keep an eye on this.
Okay. Just so you know, we have a bunch of people that are still checking in, so we're not going to start the meeting right away. We'll give us a few minutes. Testing. Testing. I could just hold it. May have to. Testing. Yeah, me speaking into it. Just so you know, there are a number of people that are still waiting to check in, so we're going to wait for about 5 minutes more. Yeah. Testing, 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 testing. Yeah, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Or take it off.
Test. One.
You have a better voice.
What are you gonna do? Like residents' rights to live there, residents' level of how do you figure that out? I was in East Bridgewater. I told them that. So did my wife. How funny the article was to eliminate the position of executive. We also had a school building.
Test. Test.
That's up to the principal.
If this sounds like an auction, we can get out of here.
Right over. He almost had the kind of graduate
Bundle the whole thing. I like it. As printed.
back to you. Yeah. He almost took it.
Good evening. I'm Bob Bentley. I'm your town moderator. And I would like to ask Troop 48 to post the colors. Everyone stand, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. If we could remain standing for a moment to remember all of our departed friends and and service members that have departed in the past year. Thank you. If you take a seat. As I said, I'm Bob Bentley. I'm your town moderator. I've been told to tell you that the Bruins game starts at 8:05 and there will be no score updates until we finish. So let me first start with our introductions. I'd like to start first with the Board of Selectmen. To my left and your right, down the far end, is Helen Maroney. Next is Jack Franey. Next is Dick Ward. Next is Sarah Hewins. Town Council, Greg Corbo. Town Administrator, Rick LaFond. And our Chairman of the Board, Mike O'Donnell. We have Liz Sorrell as the Superintendent of Schools also. And Lance Kennedy is the Chair. If Lance, you could introduce your members.
Gladly. To my left, I have James O'Brien. To my right, Barry Strusky and Paula Kibbe. And we have Gina Kavicki that will be here later.
Thank you. To my right, your left, is Town Clerk Lynn Doyle, Town Accountant Meg LeMay, Treasurer Tax Collector Paula Newt, Ron Clark, representing the Capital Outlay Committee, and Ron's ready to introduce his committee that's not sitting with him, but is.
The rest of the committee is composed of Jack Angley, who's Vice Chair, Bob Merritt, Secretary, Frank McPeck, and Lance Kennedy.
Thank you, Ron. And John Cotter is Finance Committee Chair. If you can introduce your members, I'd appreciate it.
To my right, your left, we have Peggy Wood, Mark Walker, Andy Cardarelli, Stephanie Clarity, and Judy Fitzgerald unfortunately could not make it here tonight due to an illness.
Thank you. There are warrants for both meetings, both this annual meeting and the special town meeting, as well as a number of handouts which will be referred to tonight during the discussion. One of them has the bright orange paper, which I apparently don't seem to find, but it has a bright orange cover. If you don't have that, you'll be lost, so you'll need to have it. And they're all available. Anyone who needs hearing assistance, there are devices available for your use. And if you're not from Carver or are not registered to vote in Carver, we ask that you sit in the back section of the auditorium. Only registered Carver voters should be sitting in the front section. So if you're a registered voter in the town of Carver, we ask that you, and you're in the back section, we ask that you come down to the front section so that you'll be accurately counted if we need to count. Some general rules that I have for running town meetings are that once an article has been made and seconded, the floor is open for discussion. You'll be able to speak on any article. I ask that each speaker confine their comments to no more than 2 times on the same article and to try to keep no more than 3 minutes per time. The maker of the motion is allowed more time if necessary. And clearly, if asked a question through the moderator, people will be able to speak more than twice. Once you have spoken, in the interest of equal opportunity for debate, I will select anyone who has not spoken previously on an article before I will call on you again. I ask that you speak only through the moderator and stay on topic of the article being discussed and respect differing opinions from others in this town. There being nothing else, and with those formalities out of the way and the town clerk having indicated that a quorum is present, I call the annual town meeting of the town of Carver to order. It being 7:05, I would accept a motion to recess the annual town meeting until the conclusion of the special town meeting. Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, moving on to the special town meeting warrant. There's only 2 articles. Mr. Chairman.
Article 1, I move to approve the article as printed to be funded with free cash.
Motion's been made and seconded. Board of Selectmen vote.
Board of Selectmen vote was 5-0 on that.
Finance Committee vote.
5-0, Article 1 to approve.
Any further discussion? These are for unpaid bills. As a result, it takes a 9/10 vote. If it is not unanimous, we will go to a hand count. All those in favor of Article 1 signify by stating aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, so voted unanimously. Article 2.
Article 2. I move to approve this article as printed on page B of the handout.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further? Board of Selectmen vote.
Board of Selectmen did not vote on this.
Finance Committee vote.
Finance Committee voted 5-0 to approve.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of Article 2 signify by stating aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. I would now entertain a motion to adjourn the 2013 special town meeting. Motion's been made and seconded to adjourn the 2013 special town meeting of the town of Carver. All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it.
Mr. Moderator, you had previously given me and Dick Ward permission to say a couple of brief words.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to speak on behalf of myself and I'm sure many others. Over the past 17 years, Rick LaFond has been our town administrator. Gotta hold my hand still. I've watched him bring a calm and forward-thinking professionalism to the town of Carver that wasn't there when I first became involved in town government almost 20 years ago. Rick has presided over town budgets during times in the past when we actually had money and during very lean times when we didn't. And he's always produced a balanced budget for our approval. He's shown clear grace under pressure. He's built the most professional workforce this town has had while still producing one of the leanest budgets in the region. This year in particular, while we've all seen rising prices, he's kept our general fund budget increase to an unheard of less than 1% by managing our health insurance wisely. Rick has spoken of his respect for the town's employees, his respect for the citizens of this town, and his respect for the town meeting voters in particular, about whom he likes to say, town meeting always does the right thing. Thank you for doing all these things, Rick. We're sorry to see you go.
Mr. Ward?
Police Chief Mike Mix. Mr. Bentley said, make it short and sweet, Dick. I want to recognize our police chief who is leaving us this year. He has served our town for 18 years, first as a patrolman, then as our dare officer, then a sergeant, then for 4 years our administrative sergeant, and finally our police chief for the last 3 years. We thank you, Mike Mix, for his service to the town of Carver. Could I ask you to give Mr. Mix a round of applause?
Thank you. Now moving to the annual town meeting warrant. Article 1, there being no standing committees of the town meeting, no special committees of the town meeting that the moderator is aware of. Article 1 is moot. Article number 2.
Article 2, I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Motion's been made and seconded. Board of Selectmen vote.
Board of Selectmen vote on that was 3-1-1.
FinCom vote.
FinCom vote was 5-0 to approve.
Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Moderator, I have a quick
Mr. Carter.
item I'd like to bring up, and that is we voted 5-0 to approve this article, but we strongly recommend that going forward there is we look at both the treasurer and town clerk's position as elected officials and institute a equitable salary scale going forward. That's pretty much our recommendation with this particular article.
Mr. Forrester.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to Article 2.
Motion has been made to amend from the current salary of the treasurer tax collector of $77,645.36 to $65,854.36.
Mr. Moderator, I make this amendment because I feel, Paula, even though she's been elected to this post, she doesn't have the experience that Mr. Franny had. Mr. Franny earned that salary. He went to school for 7 years for nights. He's got the degrees, and I realize that Paula is going to be getting some training, but I feel if she's getting the top salary at the beginning, that there wouldn't be any incentive for her to seek it out. So I'd like to see the salary go a little lower until she gets the training. Thank you.
Mr. Belvin.
Robert Belvin, 26 Gate Street. I think this kind of goes in line with what the Finance Committee was looking at, so I think this is sensible. Thank you.
Motion was made and seconded on the amendment.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Clark.
Yeah, the previous two treasurers were notoriously late in posting receipts and deposits and couldn't get within 4 months of current. In a little over a month and a half, Mrs. Newt is already within 45 days of current, the best we've had in 20 years. So based on performance, we probably should be adding $10,000, not taking $10,000 away.
Yes, Alan Dunham, 11 Ricard Street. Now I can go ahead and understand the feelings behind the motion to go ahead and change the salary of the treasurer tax collector. I think that would be fine if it was an appointed position and you were talking about doing a services contract. That's where you look in to say, okay, well, you really deserve this much. This was an elected position. The pay for that position has been set by town meeting. Town meeting should be going ahead and setting this pay scale for what the position is worth, not by the person. Basically, what's happened is we had an election, and the people that won, Paula, went into this expecting a certain amount of money. Now you want to change it. This would be like going in for any other job that's been posted at $50,000, and you've been hired for that job, and then all of a sudden they come down and say, oh, I'm sorry, we're only going to pay you $35,000 because you haven't been at that job long enough. I don't think that's fair. And also, this is a slippery slope we could be going on. Now you're saying because Ms. Newt doesn't have the experience. Well, let me take the Board of Selectmen, for example. What's to say? No, I'm being serious. It could be the school committee, anyone. Let's say if you're a first-term school committee member or first-term selectman, why should you get the full pay of a selectman that's been there for 3, 4, 5 years? Maybe we should have a sliding scale for them. This is the type of slope that you can go down if you go ahead and go down this road. If you want to have a debate later about how to set up the pay scale for the treasurer tax collector or the new town clerk, fine, do that at another time. Have that debate later. But now is not the time for that debate. Now is the time to go ahead and let Ms. Newt get on with her job with the salary she expected. It's not like they went with a higher salary for this year, for FY14. It's still the same salary that it was for FY13. So I ask that the body, through you, Mr. Moderator, that you vote down this amendment. Thank you.
All right, if you can keep it down, please. Mr. Farley.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to withdraw my motion, please.
No action having been taken on it. We'll move along. So the action now comes on Article 2 as written. Any further debate? Seeing none. And by the way, if you want to debate, I ask that you make your way to any one of the 3 microphones here. If I see you moving towards a mic, I won't cut off debate. But if you're not moving, then it's fair game. So, seeing no further motion, all those in favor of Article 2 as written, signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, so voted unanimously.
You're going to read these. You're going to read the motion for the sheet.
Article 3 is to raise and appropriate, transfer available funds, or borrow sums of money necessary to defray the charges. It's as recommended by the town administrator, Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, with a total budget of $32,470,843 to be funded by raising and appropriating $31,811,483.
$31 million, Bob.
Sorry, $31 million. $811,483, transferring from ambulance receipts, $576,534, transferring from the Cranberry Village Wells Enterprise Fund, $66,725, transferring from the septic betterments, $11,101, and transferring from the energy grant, $5,000. Now, in keeping with prior ways that the town has handled this, I'm going to actually start going down through, if I can find the right page.
Can I make one comment? Mr. Moderator, one comment on the motion. There's two minor differences from the printed material on the budget, which is in the back 6 pages of the 8 pages of the orange booklet. Those two changes are on the town accountant salaries, the $119,408 needs to be increased by $724. The next change would be on the debt service capital leases. Line needs to be increased up to $260,361. And that's a difference of about $18,000. And the reason for that is because those are oversights on my part, and the town accountant picked it up, so thank you, Meg. And the motion that was read by the moderator contemplates those changes already.
So again, in keeping with the way we've handled this in the past, I'm going to go down through the proposed operating budget of the town. I'm going to go down department by department. If you have any questions, or if you'd like to ask any questions on it, I'm going to go through all of the line items, and I expect you to speak out and say, hold. For instance, if you have a question about the moderator's line item, you say hold. And we'll come back to that and discuss it. If you don't say hold, we'll keep on moving. So it's a process that seemed to have worked well in the past, and we're going to keep going with it. So under general government, on page 1 of 6, first line item is moderator. Next line item is selectman town administrator. Next item is miscellaneous townwide. Finance Committee, Town Accountant, Board of Assessors, Treasurer Collector, legal expense, data processing, town clerk, elections registrations, planning board, Board of Appeals, Conservation Commission, Capital Outlay Commission, Agricultural Commission, Industrial Development, Building Maintenance, Police Department, Fire Department, Ambulance Service, Inspections Department, Plumbing and Gas Inspections, Sealer of Weights and Measures, Inspector of Wires, Civil Defense, Animal Control. Education.
Hold.
Got a hold on education. Public Works. Human Services. Culture and Recreation. Let's see. Employee Benefits. Debt Service. Cranberry Village Water Enterprise. North Carver Water District. Well, that was amazingly painless. So, that said, we have one item that we asked to have a hold put on, and that was your education budget. It's a combination of Carver Schools and the Old Colony VOTEC. It's on page 4 of the top of page 4 of your operating budget. I don't know who asked the question. Was it
Through you, Mr. Moderator. I just wanted to make some comments about this budget. This is a very strong level service budget. Total budget increases by about 1%. Non-school increase relates to about a 2% increase in 2013, with the school at about a 0.5%. Again, revenues are conservative, about a 2% increase from 2013. We've got a level funding for the school through the town's contribution of $11.7 million. We do have some salary increases, though. We do have about $660,000 of increases, 90 for non-school and 570 for the school. This budget has right now a gap of about $623,000 between a level service funding for the school and level funding per the town. Essentially, if the town gives the school $11.7 million plus state aid, and they want to keep a level service budget, they've got a $623,000 gap. Now, they've highlighted various areas to make up this gap. Most are pretty straightforward, looking at staff retirements, school choice, increases in Chapter 70 money, possible increases from the town. But one includes healthcare benefit cost reduction. This budget is built on the premise that there will be a savings, possibly from some kind of negotiation going on, but we don't have a final number. So I just wanted to point that out, that there could be an issue going forward to meet this gap, and the Finance Committee would like to look at any reduction in health care costs and look at other avenues for funding perhaps the unfunded health care liability that we have of, I think it's $12.5 million, and accumulates to $3 million every single year. So we just want to make you aware of what's in the budget, what the shortfall is. There is a plan to make up that shortfall, but right now we're just making it known that any reduction in health care benefit costs, I think, should be reviewed again in total before we go forward with it. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, through you.
Ms. Sorrell?
I'd like to point out that in the history of Carver Public Schools, which We pointed out yesterday that we had our 25th graduation, so the school system, as a Carver school system, is 25 years old. We've always met the bottom line that the town has asked us to meet, and we intend to do that this year with the available funds from the town of Carver and the available funds from the state of Massachusetts, our Chapter 70 money. We have another way to close part of the gap through the circuit breaker special education money, and we do anticipate a few more retirements. But this is the first time in 5 years I haven't had to cut any teaching positions, which is downright miraculous since we got zero more money. So I just want you to consider the education of your children, because that's what we're here for, and we need to keep it at least as what we have right now. Thank you.
Mr. Belvin.
Hi, Mr. Moderator. Through you, to the school committee, are there any other funds that you're looking at to help bridge this gap, or will you be coming back to town meeting to cover the $600,000 or whatnot?
No, we will not be coming back. As Superintendent Sorrell just said, if and when those gap measures don't come, we will have to make the cuts necessary in our budget. So we will not be coming back to that.
All right, thank you.
Is there any other discussion on the education section of the budget? Okay, hearing none, I will now go to the entire operating budget as a whole, and we will take up the entire operating budget as a whole. All those in favor of the operating budget as presented signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, so voted unanimously. Article 4.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to move the article as written.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Moderator, I think the chairman has some numbers to add to that motion.
On Article 4, I move to raise and appropriate $392,119 from estimated water receipts and transfer $66,508 from retained earnings for a total budget of $458,627 to fund the North Carver Water District for FY 2014.
No need to second that. There's clarification. Mr. Tracy, you want to say anything further?
No, I want to thank everyone for $458,627.
Is there any discussion? Seeing no movement to the mic.
Sorry, I have a question.
Oh, sorry,
to
Mr.
you,
Carter.
Mr. Moderator.
I need to look to my right.
We've got a series of different numbers floating around.
John, we can't hear you over here.
Sorry, we've got various budgets floating around on the North Carver Water District. Our most current version shows that it would be almost $80,000.
We've modified it since then. It's not $480,000.
Okay, could you give me a little bit of information about why there was the drop in revenues?
Jack?
Drop in revenues from last year.
Yes. Yes.
Most of the drops in revenue from last year was because we received some betterment payments right away when we did initial betterments. That's why there's a gap there.
And how much of the how much would the town be subsidizing the North Carver Water District?
I don't have the budget in front of me, but if this is a very conservative budget, we anticipate we went to the absolute minimum that we would be under contract for selling Deacon's water, and I think there was about 60,000. I think that's correct.
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, if I could comment.
And I think Mr. LaFont could
Mr.
answer
LaFont?
that.
Right.
And Jack, that's correct. I heard Mr. Franny chime in on that too. In our debt service budget and the regular municipal budget, there's a short-term interest line that has about $70,000. In the last couple of years, we've designated that about $50,000 to $60,000 of that may be, if necessary, to help subsidize the debt and interest on the North Carver Water District. Hopefully, that's not going to be necessary. The other way that you see, as read by the chairman, the use of some of the accrued revenue in the form of retained earnings within the department that would also offset the drop in operating revenues. I mean, the recurring water rate revenues. And as Mr. Hunter mentioned, that the intent and the hope is that the contract they have with DECUS will overcome that gap in future year, perhaps even this year.
And could you just confirm that the increase in professional services, does that pertain to the fact that we're now outsourcing the management of the North Carver Water District?
Correct. We've transferred everything out of salaries, or almost everything. We do still retain clerical help, but we've transferred everything out of salaries and put it into contract ops.
And last question with regards to debt, the debt service interest seems to have gone up about $44,000.
Jack, Franny.
Can you hear me? They reformatted that instead of netting reimbursement on the interest credit that we received from the IRS, believe it or not. And so they reflect that at the gross amount instead of the net amount. So that's why you have an increase in the interest.
Okay.
They'll reflect that money that we receive from the IRS as a revenue.
Okay, thank you.
I neglected to actually ask for the FinCom vote on this article.
We tabled that vote because we had some questions.
And I've neglected to ask the Board of Selectmen vote on that article.
Board of Selectmen voted 5-0 on that.
Mea culpa. Any further discussion on Article 4? Seeing no movement to the mics. All those in favor of Article 4 signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. So voted unanimously. Article 5.
Mr. Moderator,
Ms. Hewins.
I move that the town raise and appropriate $63,000 to fund collective bargaining agreements with the police union, DPW union, and clerical union.
Motion's been made and seconded. Board of Selectmen vote.
Board of Selectmen vote on that was 401.
FinCom vote.
We tabled that vote because we didn't know the number.
Hey, Mr. LaFond.
And leading up to town meeting, we were able to get in place 3 collective bargaining agreements. The breakdown of that amount that was read in the motion was $63,000. $18,000 is for the clerical, library, and custodial group. $37,000 for the police. DPW is $8,000, and that represents a 2% COLA for FY14.
Any other discussion? Any other questions? Seeing no movement, all those in favor of Article 5 as presented signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, so voted unanimously. Article 6.
Article 6, I move the article as printed from free cash.
Motion's made and seconded. Board of Selectmen vote.
Board of Selectmen vote was 5-0.
FinCom vote.
5-0 to approve.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Moving along on Article 6. All those in favor of Article 6 as presented, please signify by stating aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it, so voted unanimously. Article 7 relates to handout E. And the motion is the motion is that the article as printed on page E of the town meeting handout with a total appropriation of $929,350 with $544,701 to be transferred from free cash and $384,649 to be financed as listed. So that was it. That was the article. Do I hear a second? Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Board of Selectmen vote.
Board of Selectmen vote on that was 5-0.
Finance Committee vote.
5-0 to approve.
Capital Outlay Committee vote.
4-0 to approve.
And I know the Chief Weston has asked to have a chance to speak on one of the items on this outlay request.
Sure, just not to cause any confusion, in your warrant article that's in front of you, there are 3 items that are listed for the Carver Fire Department. Unfortunately, last year I had to stand before you telling you that the fire department was unsuccessful in receiving a FEMA fire assistance grant for an additional tanker. This year I get the chance to redeem ourselves, and we were successful in receiving a fire assistance grant for new fire hoses, nozzles, and adapters for $115,000. With that said, through you, Mr. Moderator, I'm officially withdrawing that warrant article, asking the town to help us for 2 years for $50,000 each year to replace that equipment. In doing so, in my position, I do wish to publicly thank Deputy Chief Eric Germain and town resident Irene Winkler for making this grant a success for us and saving all of you and myself included a lot of money this year. So thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of Article 7 as presented signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed. The next set of articles is Articles 8, 9, 10, and 11. It's for all of the general social services that the town has supported in the past for a number of years, and I am asking if there's any objection to putting all of these bundled as Articles 8, 9, 10, and 11. If I don't see any objection, I will go.
One of those was, I put in a motion for one of them, Mr. Murray.
Okay, I didn't know.
On 10.
Okay, there being an objection to bundling, we will take the articles separately. Moving on to Article 8.
Article 8, I move to raise and appropriate as printed in the warrant.
Any discussion? Board of Selectmen vote.
Board of Selectmen vote on that was 5-0.
Finance Committee vote.
5-0 to approve.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of Article 8 signify by stating aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, Article 9.
Article 9, I move to raise and appropriate as printed in the warrant.
Motion's been made and seconded. Board of Selectmen vote.
Board of Selectmen vote was 5-0.
Finance Committee vote.
5-0.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of Article 9 as presented signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? Article 10.
Article 10, I move to raise and appropriate as printed in the warrant.
Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Belvin.
I make a motion that we change the dollar figure for this from $4,000 to $5,000 to South Shore Community Action Council.
Motion's been made to amend the article to $5,000. I need to hear a second before we can move ahead on it. Motion's made and second. Motion to amend is made and seconded. Mr. Belvin, you want to explain?
I know a lot of people in this town that have used South Shore Community Action Council. It's been instrumental in their heating system program, food, everything that needs to be done for people that need the help. It's there for them. They very, very rarely turn people away. An extra $1,000 to this fund I think is warranted because they help us out so much for the people that need it. And the money is available to use this for this extra $1,000. And I just hopefully you guys will support South Shore Community Action Council. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, could I just ask for a funding source on that, the extra 1,000?
Free cash?
Ms. LaFawn.
Two things. First, and I would, for the sake of the town accountant's ease, if this passes, I would perhaps consider that a raise and appropriate. Does that make a difference to you, Meg?
There's free cash available.
Okay, so it doesn't matter to you. The only other thing I would add is, obviously, South Shore Community Action Council is just an outstanding organization. I would say, though, $4,000 is all they asked for, so it's a little bit odd to give an organization more than they've actually asked for, but I hard to believe there'd be any opposition from a qualitative standpoint, but it would be the first time we've given a petitioner more than they've asked for. And I know it's more than the rule of thumb, 10% either way before you have a notice issue, but that's up to you, Mr. Moderator. Good luck with that.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing no movement to the mics, we will now take action on the amendment to increase the amount from $4,000 to $5,000. All those in favor of the amendment signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The chair is in doubt. Let me take another voice vote. All those in favor of the amendment of increasing from $4,000 to $5,000 signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Tellers, please come forward.
I don't think we finally opted out.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment to increase the amount of money from $4,000 to $5,000, please raise your yellow cards and keep them held up until the tellers have a chance to count. Simple majority. Okay, those of you who would now would like to keep it at $4,000 and not accept the amended amount of $5,000, please raise your yellow cards and keep them held up until the tellers have a chance to count. This is going to be from The motion to amend passes 202 to 81. The action now comes on the amended article as it stands. The extra $1,000 will be from free cash. Is there any further discussion? This is on the amended article, which is now up to now at a $5,000 level. All those in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The ayes have it. Okay, Article 11.
Article 11, I move to raise and appropriate as printed in the warrant.
Motion's been made and seconded on Article 11. Board of Selectmen vote.
Board of Selectmen vote was 5-0.
FinCom.
5-0 to approve.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of Article 11 as presented signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, so voted unanimously. Article 12. These are petition articles, and the article should be moved by the petitioners. Motion's been made and seconded to move the article. Board of Selectmen vote.
3-0-2.
3-0 to 2. Finance Committee vote.
2-3-0.
2 to 3 to 0. Sir.
Hello, my name is John Fortier, 76 Cranberry Road. I'm the petitioner in this article, although I'm not the author. The verbiage came from the Massachusetts Department of Revenue's Financial Management Report from October 2011 that was commissioned by the town. The reason I submitted this via petition is that the report recommended that an audit committee be formed to make recommendations to the town on the recommendations that the state put into the report. As you may know, the audit committee was disbanded in October of 2012 and has not been fully restarted. I just wanted this decision to come before this body for consideration. There's no doubt this is a controversial subject. For me, this has nothing to do with personalities. I just feel strongly that it's in the best interest of the town to have a board of selectmen that gives us close to 100% of its attention as close to 100% of the time. There will be the occasion of conflicts of interest. There are state laws and the State Ethics Commission dedicated to conflict resolution. In my mind, there is no broader conflict than being an employee of the town in which you are the top decision maker. It's one thing to recuse yourself because a civic organization you belong to wants to use Shirtlift Park or get a one-day liquor permit. It's quite another when you are making employee benefits choices or disciplinary actions. The recent debacle over the police chief's reappointment is a prime example of needing all 5 selectmen discussing and voting on the issues. Placing restrictions on elected positions is not unheard of. Many state and federal positions have restrictions on them. Many towns in Massachusetts have restrictions on employees holding the office of selectman. And the town of Carver has an employee restriction placed on other positions such as the DPW commissioners. I ask you to vote affirmative for this article and start the process of having a less conflicted and more representative Board of Selectmen. Thank you.
Ms. Cohen.
Michelle Cohen, 3 Leland Way. When I first read this article, I thought, couldn't hurt. Then I thought about it, and we have 2 town employees that serve on the Board of Selectmen. Sarah Hewins is a conservation agent, and Mike O'Donnell is on the police force. They both have helped my family in ways that probably just the Board of Selectmen probably couldn't have helped us. I have to say, I'm excited about the turnout for the crowd tonight. This is much bigger than I've seen before. But think about your vote carefully. Mike and Sarah both won't be able to run again. And I believe that they both have helped our town immensely with the decisions they've made.
We can keep the pro or con. Mr. Belvin?
Robert Belvin, 26 Gate Street. There's a flag right there. Take a look at it. Okay? That flag, people die for. They die for the democratic right to live in the United States of America. And what you're telling people here is that you are a citizen of the United States and you cannot hold office. That's what you're telling them. Personally, I can tell you, I think it's an individual decision if they're going to run or not run for elective office. There are ethics rules that preclude them from voting on certain issues. And that's up for them and the ethics department to handle. Okay? If you ever want to turn around and run for office here in town and you're an employee, you should be able to. Personally, I don't think it is right that you do. But that flag up there, people die for. Democracy has to stop here, okay, by stopping this article, okay? This here vote, if you vote in favor of getting rid of employees, vote.
Sorry.
Okay. It's all right. All right. This is very important. We live in the United States of America. I just ask you to really think about it. You're going to tell somebody who's a town employee, you can't run for office because you're an employee. Even though you live here in this town, you pay taxes in this town, okay? And I've sat there and I've told Mike, and he can withstand, that I don't think he should be a selectman because he's a police chief. But you know what? That's my personal feeling. And that's up for him to turn around and decide, okay, if he wants to do it or he doesn't. It's not up for anybody in here to decide if he can run or he can't. And same with Sarah Ewens. I'll say it with Sarah Ewens too. She may be an employee, and I don't think she should be a selectman. But you know what? It's not up for me to decide that. It's up for her. So please, vote this article down. Thank you.
Mr. Weston.
Hi, Mark Weston, 171 Main Street. I'm for this article, and it has nothing to do with this Board of Selectmen. I was born in this town. I plan to die in this town. I'm looking for down the road 10 years. I thought about this article a lot because some of the people affected here I get along with well, and they're doing a good job. But what I'm looking at is, let's look down the road 7 years. What if 7 years from now, 5 people, and I'm going to use the school department for example, they have so many employees, between teachers, custodians, bus drivers, maintenance people. What if 5 people from the school department are all on the Board of Selectmen? We went from 3 people on the Board of Selectmen years ago to 5 to get a better cross-section of what the town is like. We went, and now the way it's set up and what can happen is we could have 2 people voting on important issues. We could have people that can't vote on any budget. We could have people that can't work on union contracts. These are the things that affect us, our tax money and everything else, and it's not personal. It comes down to what is better for us in the long run. And by having people that don't work for the town on the board, there is no conflict. We can get 5 opinions. And I feel that you strongly should vote for this article. Thank you very much.
Mr. Forrester.
Rod Forrester, 13 Lincoln Circle. I am against this article. I believe anyone that's an American citizen, like Mr. Belden said, should have the right to run for any office that they choose, regardless of what position they hold in the town. Thank you very much.
Mr. Johnson.
I'm against limiting the choice that voters have. You have trouble getting enough people to serve in town government as it is. The ethics rules preclude you from not having anybody. There's a rule of necessity, and if people are conflicted, the entire board can vote. However, I would like to rise to a bigger issue here tonight, is that this particular article, even though I'm opposed to it, is flawed as written, and I'd like to offer an amendment. And that amendment is, I'm going to explain it first, and then I'm going to read it. What we need to do is to make sure that the incumbents that are in there now, who have run in good faith, have the ability to serve out their time. That's only fair. So the incumbents that are in there now should stay. So my amendment that I'm offering is to see if the town will vote to add the following, section 2.8 to the Carver general bylaws. A selectman may not hold any other elected or compensated office under the government of the town of Carver during the term for which he/she is elected, nor any compensated appointive town office or employment for 1 year thereafter, or take any other action relative thereto. Also, that any member of the Board of Selectmen serving in such capacity at the time of the adoption of this section shall be exempt from the requirements of this bylaw. That's my amendment.
Real good changes from the also on. Mr. Pratt. Actually, sorry, we have an amendment. Do I hear a second on the amendment? Motion's been made and seconded on the amendment. Discussion now goes directly to the amendment, not on the main motion.
Mr. Could you read the amendment again, please?
Mr. Johnson, is it safe to say that from the word "also" is your substantive changes?
I believe so, yes.
So the article is written, it goes down to relative thereto, and then there's another sentence that goes in there. Also, that any member of the Board of Selectmen serving in such capacity at the time of adoption of this section shall be exempt from the requirements of this bylaw. Discussion is on the amendment, which has been made and seconded.
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator. What Mr. Johnson read before seemed a lot longer than what you just read.
You read the first part.
Because he just confirmed to me that everything up to relative thereto was in fact the same, and there's only one sentence that's changed.
The second sentence. The last part.
What is the second sentence?
Also, that any member of the Board of Selectmen serving in such capacity at the time of adoption of this section shall be exempt from the requirements of this bylaw.
Is that what it means? Is that what it means, Mr. Johnson? Yeah. That they would be allowed to run again if they're currently serving?
Absolutely. If they're an incumbent sitting on the board today. The idea of that basically is that we're not going to have a situation where one of them can't run and the other one can stay for the next year. Otherwise, we have one person serving a year longer than somebody else. Otherwise, make it effective today.
So instead of grandfathering in the people that are on for the remainder of their terms,
right,
you want to give anyone on there now the right to run again?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
If they're there, and that it ends the inequity of one person having to get off before the other. That's only fair. We have to treat everybody the same. This treats everybody the same.
Okay, let's keep the down to a dull roll, please. Mr. Pratt, you speaking to the amendment?
I think. Because my question has nothing to do with running, who can run for an office. My question is related to employment. And the way that I'm hearing this, it would give me the impression that both Mr. O'Donnell and Ms. Hewins, at the end of their terms of election, whether it be the amendment or the original, would have to cease their employment with the town of Carver for 1 year, because this is the way the article is written. Because it says they cannot have a point of office or employment for 1 year thereafter. So regardless of whenever their term ends, whether it's via the amendment or via the end of their normal terms in 2014 or 2015, if they can't have employment for 1 year, it would seem that they would have to terminate their employment that it currently exists. And I guess I'm looking through you to town council to see if I'm interpreting this wrong, because if it applies to them, then it applies to them.
Through you, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Carver.
Thank you. Since this is a petitioned article, I didn't review it ahead of time, but the way I read it under the proposed amendment, where it says be exempt from the requirements of this bylaw, I would interpret that to mean all of the requirements of the bylaw, and so that a current selectman would not be prohibited from holding town employment for 1 year after their term because they're exempt. But I guess in the future, if a person was on the Board of Selectmen, they couldn't hold any other position with the town for the duration of their term plus 1 year thereafter.
Follow up, Mr. Moderator, if I could.
Mr. Pratt.
So to follow up, you addressed that as it relates to the amendment. As it relates to the original article as it was written, would it be true, based on what you're reading now, would Ms. Hewins and Mr. O'Donnell have to cease employment with the town of Carver at the end of their existing terms in 2014 and 2015?
Through you, Ms. Moderator, can I answer? Yeah, yes, I think you'd have to read it that way, because it says, shall be allowed to complete his or her current term of office on the board prior to being subject to the requirements of this vote. So at the end of their term, they would be subject to the requirements of the vote, which the only applicable part of the vote at that point would be employment for 1 year thereafter. So yes, I think as written in the original language, the two current members of the board, and I don't know, perhaps Mr. Franey as well, might be subject to this prohibition.
Okay. And I know, Mr. Barrett, thank you, Counsel. I realize we're debating an amendment, but I think it may wish to speak to the petitioner as to whether or not that was their intent with the original petition. I mean, all in fairness, before we discuss the amendment any further, if that's possible, Mr. Moderator, through you.
Mr. Moderator, I suggest that we go ahead and handle the amendment first, Steve, and then go back to the original, because I think for what you brought up, it's going to require another amendment anyway. So why don't we attack the first amendment first and then do the next one? Sound good? Mr. Moderator?
We will not be doing two amendments at once. We'll be
No,
doing
that's
one amendment at a time.
Right.
So, Mr. Dunham, are you
Right.
speaking to
Yes.
the amendment?
Yes, Alan Dunham, 11 Ricard Street. Mr. Moderator, through you to Mr. Johnson. Your amendment, would that be for just one more time, or in perpetuity, could they run 2, 3, 4 more times?
I didn't want to complicate the matters. There's only two people involved here, and in fairness, they would be running basically under the same rules they're under now, and that was the idea of it.
Okay, but what I'm getting at, it's
Yes,
fine
the
for
answer is
first-
yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are you speaking, this is speaking to the amendment only?
Yeah, to the amendment, Dan Foran, 20 Brook Street. I think with the amount of debate going back and forth with that, it's a pretty serious issue, and to have legal advice say that it should be interpreted as written, and then try and amend it, and it just seems like whoever wrote it should spend a little more time writing it, and then bring it before everybody if you're going to vote on something so serious.
Ma'am?
Mr. Moderator, I don't know if you want me to wait. It was really the original article that I wanted to comment on.
We are speaking to the amendment only. Okay, so seeing no further movement to the microphones, we're voting on the amendment only, which basically reads the same as what's in your town meeting warrant right now, with the addition of the sentence that says also that any member of the Board of Selectmen serving in such capacity at the time of adoption of this section shall be exempt from the requirement of this bylaw. We're voting on that. Any further discussion? All those in favor of this amendment signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The noes have it. The amendment is defeated. So now we move back to Article 12 as written. Mr. Fortier.
Yeah, I'd just like to address Steve's question here, concern about the intent of this article. The intent was not to prohibit somebody who is already an existing employee from remaining an employee, after their term ended. As to the writing of the article, as I said earlier, this is exactly what the State Department of Revenue recommended in its financial management report, and that is actually taken verbatim from an existing bylaw in the town of Charlton, And the only thing that was changed was Charlton to Carver on this.
Ma'am.
Okay. Brenda Zoino, Hard Hill Road. I agree with this gentleman here. Is it Mr. Belbin?
Could you speak into the mic, please?
Sorry. I agree with this gentleman here that this is America. I think that anyone should be able to run. I mean, if you really think about this, if you're saying that any employee of the town can't run, I think that that's a little bit crazy. And I think that the voters can always have their say. If they don't like the fact that someone's a town employee and they're running for a selectman, then don't vote for them. And that, to me, is the solution. Okay? And as far as, you know, resigning their employment and so forth, selectmen are paid, I was looking on here, as flabbergasted, $900, and you're going to ask someone to take away their, you know, essentially their living to be able to, you know, they're a town employee. This is their means of making a living. You can't take that away from them for a $900 position.
Sir.
Good evening, Garrett Olson, 12 South Meadow Road. Mr. Moderator, I have a couple of things. When I read this originally, I thought, here we go again, another slippery slope. In essence, what we're telling is half of our citizens, you're a police officer, you're good enough to put your life on the line, but not good enough to make decisions for the town. You're a bus driver, you're good enough to protect our children on a bus, but you're not good enough to make decisions for this town. You're a teacher, you're educating our children, but you're not good enough to make decisions for this town. Men and women far better than I will ever be have died to ensure that everybody can vote. Men, women, all races, all religions. They also ensure that we can run for office because they ensure democracy, which means we can stand up and say, I don't agree with you, I'm going to choose another candidate. That is our right and our privilege as citizens of this town. And lastly, I actually, through you, Mr. Moderator, have a question for our town attorney. Because in the Constitution, the 15th Amendment, Section 1 says the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. So my question through you, Mr. Moderator, is if we pass this bylaw, are we in any way violating the Constitution that men and women have died to protect?
Through you, Ms. Moderator. Yes, the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court has looked at this question in the past, and it has held that there can be qualifications for running for public office without impinging upon the constitutional rights of individuals who wish to run. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Dabrowski.
Eric Tobolsky, 3 Leland Way. Take a look at the last election. How many unopposed or positions with nobody running for them did we have? We don't want to have that with the selectmen as well. You know, it's too important a position. We don't want to start blocking out half the town. And why should we just have this limited to the selectmen if we are going to do something? You know, take a look back at Article 2. The planning board gets $1,400. The selectman gets $900. Consider the board of selectmen less monetarily important than the planning board. So why should this only apply to one if it's going to apply to everything? It shouldn't apply to anything, though.
All right, I'm going to have to ask that we stop the applause, please, in the audience. We need to keep the meeting moving.
Mr. Moderator? Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. LaFont.
Just my issue here is not the political one. That's not my role. However, it's obviously important to me with regard to the status of the current people who are employed by the town, if this should pass. And I know the town council is trying to address the question that was raised by Mr. Pratt in the event that that's the case. But again, I think it's horribly unfair not to at least address that issue, at the very least, the future employment of these individuals, regardless of what happens here.
Moderator Sandra Jefferson, Michelle Ave.
I just have a little problem with this. If you start with saying that somebody in the town cannot serve two things, does that mean you're going to go up to somebody that works for the state can't also be a selectman? Because that would mean me, who's not a state employee in the building, I take care of mentally challenged adults, I couldn't run for selectman because I'm a state employee. We vote these people in. You can vote them out if you don't want them in. This amendment should, this whole article should not even be addressed, because you're sitting there saying that certain people can only run and others can't. That is like saying that you're segregating people.
Thank you. Mr. Pratt.
Mr. Moderator, many speakers have already spoken to the elective part of this, so I'm going to stick with the compensation part of it. My suggestion is that if we strike the words, nor any compensative appointed town office or employment for 1 year thereafter, that would take care of, deferring to town council, of course, would take care of the employment aspect of this, because that's the only reference in there. That's my suggestion, but I'll defer to town council.
I would say that's cutting it.
Mr. Corbo, would you choose to opine on this?
Through you, Ms. Moderator.
Mr. Corbo.
Well, certainly one way of dealing with it would be to strike the prohibition of not holding other employment for 1 year thereafter. But then it would need to be understood that that requirement would not apply to any person who becomes a member of the Board of Selectmen in the future. So it's my understanding that the intent of the petitioner, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, is that notwithstanding the two people who are on the board now, for someone coming in the future, they couldn't hold office while they are on the Board of Selectmen and for 1 year thereafter. If you deleted that 1 year thereafter, it would exempt not only the current people from this, but also the any future people.
Mr. Dewhurst.
Comment perhaps a bit late, but with regard to a previous speaker's constitutional question, there is no constitutional holding at all for whether or not this is constitutional. It's completely fine with regard to the 15th or 13th or 14th Amendment, in fact. It's simply a statutory question. Just throw that out there.
Thank you. All right, I want to see if we can limit the debate here if we can a little bit. So Mr. O'Donnell wants to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Mike O'Donnell. I'm one of the individuals that this discussion is going about. Obviously, most of you know that. You know, if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it is a duck. They can call this any way they want, but this is a personal agenda. They do not want town employees. Let me finish, please. Don't be ignorant, okay? You like that? They don't want town employees actively involved in politics because town employees know what's going on in the town, all right? It's much better to have somebody that commutes out of town to work, comes in here at night, and has little knowledge of what's going on during the day, okay? Then he can be fed the information he or she needs to function, and things will just roll along accordingly with nobody challenging anything. So I submit to you that this is a total personal agenda, and that you know, the lady from Hard Hill Road was absolutely on target. If you don't want somebody in office, there's a mechanism in place to take care of that. And it's the polls, all right? And that's what we as Americans, we've always conducted business that way. You know, my grandparents, my wife's parents fled a country and its oppression to come here so that they could exercise their rights and opportunities. And you know what, I see that disappearing in this town now, and it really, really concerns me that people are that small that they would go this route. If you don't like somebody, go to the polls and vote them out. Thank you.
Ms. Maroney.
Good evening, everyone. I don't really necessarily have to speak because other people have shared the thoughts, but the because of what I'm seeing tonight and what I saw outside. And for the reason I got into town government was because of the love of my country and the love of this town. And I walked in the Memorial Day parade and walked with some of our Carver residents who have served in the military. One of them had 2 Purple Hearts that have died for it. And if you watch the national news, you'll see that our rights are being taken away little by little by little. And I know you're here tonight, and as much as all these red shirts are saying something that isn't making me feel happy, because I'm very sad that everything transpired the way it did, and you're angry right now. But you know what? You have the right to do that. And so what's going to come next? Are we going to say that town employees can't wear red shirts to the meeting to show that they're angry? Or that town employees can't hold signs outside because they may slant a vote? God, I pray that God is with you all and that you will make a decision not based on politics right now. Please, when you're making this decision, put the faces in front here aside and think from the perspective of being an American citizen. I beg you of this. You're doing a great job showing your feelings because you have the right to do that. Don't let our country go down the tubes by voting this in, I beg you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Hi, everyone.
Mr. Moderator.
My name is Mark Walker. I live at 32 Bow Street. And this is awkward to say the least because I have the highest respect for Mike and Sarah. I really do. And this is not personal. And it's very, very awkward, as I said, because the First Lady said it. They've done tremendous things for the town. If this question was about their work ethic or their passion of the endless amount of hours they put in, I would remain seated. I really would. And I'm speaking as a private citizen. I've served on the FinCom for about 1.5 years now. And what I see is a management problem in the town. And I am for instituting this. As difficult as it would be. And I ask that we separate the personal part. And quite frankly, I find it a little bit insulting that my passion for the United States is questioned, because we do not live in a democracy. We live in a republic where we have rules and have had rules since the start of our country that establish who can run and who can't. And that's a fact. And that's what we're doing tonight, is putting guidelines and barriers up to put the best management structure for the town that we can. And I get, if you're a school teacher or you're a town employee, you'll say it doesn't seem fair. It's not fair, and I get that at the start. And I'll quote my son when he was 8, and he would say, "It's more not fair, Dad." And the fact is, it's more not fair that we allow town employees to serve in that capacity. It's not fair to them because of the torture that they go through, skirting the law that the Massachusetts Department of Revenue has come in, not skirting it, but being questioned constantly, when no one questions the intellectual honesty of these folks. We shouldn't. And again, we absolutely have to separate it. And the voting, the right to vote is absolutely the fact. But we have to put these rules in place to put the best management structure moving forward in the town. Thanks. Mr. Shores. Sorry, Ms. Hewins first.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just to address the employment, the post-article employment issue, I'd like to allow our town council to speak to it, since I can't read his handwriting very well.
Thank you, through you, Ms. Moderator.
Mr. Carver.
I think what Ms. Hewins meant to say is that she's moving to amend the article by deleting the last sentence starting with the word "also" and replacing it with the words "also that any member of the Board of Selectmen serving in such capacity at the time of adoption of this section shall not be required to resign from any other position held and shall be allowed to complete his or her term of office on the board."
Motion's been made and seconded to amend the article.
That motion came from town council. It's got to be a resident of the town that makes the motion.
It was actually made on.
That was my motion. what he said.
It was made by Ms. Hewens because she couldn't read town council's handwriting. I could. So motion's been made and seconded. We're now speaking to the amendment. We're not speaking to the motion as a whole. Is there a discussion on the amendment? Only on the amendment. Yes,
Mr. Moderator, Steve Blanchard, Main Street. In regards to the amendment, I believe it does clarify the employment situation. The article as a whole with the new amendment basically gives us a Board of Selectmen that have no other point of reference within the town. It is not speaking anything against the current board. It is simply a matter of having 5 individuals who are capable of voting on every issue that comes before them, not having to recuse themselves or not having to have a conflict of interest because of the position that they hold. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, this is on the amendment that we're discussing only. Any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Johnson.
To the people that are amending this, it seems that a lot of people here feel that this thing ought to be applied to everybody, including the people sitting on the board. Then why don't we just amend it in such a way that it becomes effective for the next election to everybody? Again, we're going to treat one the same as we are the other. It's no different for one to be on the board. We're going to allow somebody else to be on the board for another year. If you really, truly feel that it's a problem, then it's a problem right now. And it ought to end right now. I don't feel it's a problem, but a lot of people in here seem to think it does. So if we're going to amend it, why don't we amend it to delete the word, right, well, that's what I'd like to do. The incumbents. So the incumbents are, if we're going to delete it, we're going to end it, let's end it now. Once, line in the sand, next April there'll be 3 seats open. Could we have an amendment to do that? Excuse me, 2 seats open.
We're working on one amendment at this point. We don't do two amendments at a time on purpose. And we're working on the amendment to the article that says also that any member of the Board of Selectmen serving in such capacity at the time of adoption of this section shall not be required to resign from any other position held and shall be allowed to complete his or her term of office on the board. That's the article that or the amendment that we're voting on right now. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no movement, all in favor of the amendment signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. So now we come back to the article as written, which now states a selectman may not hold any other elective or compensated office under government of the town of Carver during the term for which he or she is elected, nor any compensated appointive town office or employment for 1 year thereafter. It then says also that any member of the Board of Selectmen serving in such capacity at the time of adoption of this section shall not be required to resign from any other office, any other position held, and shall be allowed to complete his or her term of office on the board. That's the action we're taking on the main. This is the main motion now. Further discussion on the main motion. Mr. Shorts. Pardon?
Yes. I'd like to offer an amendment. To strike the word shall be allowed to complete his, her current term of office on the board.
So a motion's been made to strike the words and shall be allowed to complete his or her term of office on the board. The effect of that would be to, in my estimation, would be to terminate the present selectmen's positions as of this meeting.
No, next election.
Mr. Moderator. Mr. Corbo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Moderator. Well, it's open to the body here to set qualifications for office. One thing the body cannot do is interfere with matters that are already addressed by state law, and one of those matters is the term of office for Board of Selectmen. So the current Board of Selectmen have been elected for a particular term. You cannot by bylaw shorten that term through this process. In my opinion, such an amendment would likely result in the Attorney General nullifying this bylaw amendment.
So, Mr. Johnson, are you interested in maintaining it as you amended, or?
Yes.
Okay, so we're speaking to the amendment now only, and that's to strike the words "and shall be allowed to complete his or her term of office on the board." Are you? Did I hear a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Are you interested in speaking to the amendment only? Okay, action will now be taken on the amendment only, which is to strike "and shall be allowed to complete his or her term of office on the board." All those in favor signify by, in favor is to strike those words. All those in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Now, moving back to Article 12, as I read it a few times. Further discussion. Mr. Shores.
Yes, Roger Shores, 24 Rochester Road. Personally, I like all the selectmen. I voted for all of them. All right. But I'm looking at this as the quality of the vote that my Board of Selectmen give, the input that they give during a meeting. Do they have to agree? No. I don't want them to always agree. All right. Do I have to agree with them? No. All right. But we have 5 members on the Board of Selectmen. If 1 or 2 have to recuse themselves, not only don't we have the vote, we don't have their input during the meeting, which is critical. As Mr. Weston said, we went from 3 to 5 to get more input. And that is my feeling on the subject. And to you, Mr. Moderator, I really don't appreciate being called ignorant at a town meeting. And I would appreciate an apology.
Through you, Mr. Moderator. Well, Mr. Shores, you would get an apology if you weren't interrupting me. But if you were out there clapping and disrupting me in my attempt, then you're not going to get an apology.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is George Olson. I live on South Middle Road. Been a resident here for 35 years, my wife and I. I was just thinking, I wonder what Matt Mendes would have to say about this whole thing. You know, he'd be looking at this done, and he would say, don't let them push this by you. They know what they're doing. You don't want to pass this. They're playing games, and they're not telling you about it. Well, whether they're playing games or not, let's look at it this way. Are we going to do the same thing for the Finance Committee? Are we going to do the same thing for the School Committee? Why, when they take out their papers for their nomination papers, we put something in there that states, please, run for your position, but have no other office within the town, which I think is crazy. Let me tell you why. My wife and I, we were part of the first EMTs in this town, along with Stan McCullough. At the same time, my wife was a bus driver. At the same time, I was a Little League coach. At the same time, I was a den leader. Serve and protect. We have to look out for our kids Did I mention, too, I was an umpire in Little League? I mean, if Mike wants to handle 2 jobs or 3 jobs, think back, Alan Dunham. He was a collector, and he was also the clerk, and he did a fantastic job. The Westons, fantastic job. I mean, how can you say to somebody that wants to be an official, to serve and protect, and you get a special interest group that's trying to undermine everything? I don't understand it. The people on the board, we have 5 of them, they're doing a fantastic job. Let's keep all of them. You want to change things, then put it right across the board here. Not just for the selectmen, and I don't care what the state says. I mean, how about if the finance committee, they have to be registered Republicans? How about the school committee be registered Democrats? And the selectmen, you got to be a registered independent. Give me a break. Come on, people. This article shouldn't even be here. And I don't know why it is. And I'm definitely against it. You've got fantastic people that have families at home waiting for them. And they're down here serving you and also protecting you and looking out for you. Come on, people. Let's get this thing going.
Okay, I'm getting to the opinion that we're starting to rehash what's already been hashed. But Mr. Cotter.
John Carter, 24 Johns Pond Road. I just wanted to say that I respect each member of the Board of Selectmen. They represent a large segment of the community. And even with that, our voter turnout, I would defer to the town clerk, is somewhere around 18 and 20% usually in an election. I think that this article legislates the right to vote of an individual, and I'm very concerned that it will disenfranchise a large number of our population, and we won't get the spread that we need on important issues and having more people come out to vote. Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien.
No speakers brought it up, but Ms. Maroney kind of opened up a can of worms through you, moderator. As a new person to town, from what I heard from the last selectmen's meeting, I'm pretty concerned with what happened with the police chief. If she brought up the police chief, just talk about it. Maybe you could shed some light for the rest of us that are pretty darn confused why you voted out the police chief.
That's not in order, sorry. Mr. O'Brien.
James O'Brien, 4 Great Meadow Drive. I was elected to this position and I appreciate it. I'm a teacher and I'm on the school committee. We have a solar engineer on the planning board and contractors on the planning board. And if you own a business in town, you're going to have a conflict of interest. Where do you draw the line to stop eliminating a conflict of interest? I have a good understanding of education. I think that my knowledge can help this committee. Some of these employees have a good knowledge of this town and are able to help this town in a good, positive way. And I think that we need to keep that window open and know that we have a small population of people in this town. Let's not shut down who can run for these positions. Allow people who are qualified and want to the opportunity, and if you don't want them, don't vote. It's that easy.
Thank you. Last comment.
So Mark Walker, 32 Bow Street. So the line is drawn with town employees not serving on the Board of Selectmen. That's the line. And the reason is if you're a small business owner in town, the town budget doesn't necessarily impact you as it would if you were a town employee. So if I'm working in the Parks Department or any other department, you cannot recuse yourself from that budget. It's impossible because it's a cog, it's a wheel, and every budget plays off of every other budget. The police budget impacts the fire budget, impacts the school budget. They play together. It doesn't impact my marketing budget as a small business owner in town, and that's why you do have a recusal process. And the only other comment I wanted to make is that we're already doing it. I cannot run for another office. A town employee cannot be on the FinCom. So we're already doing it. A town employee can't serve on the Council of Aging. There's other positions you can't serve on. We've already done it as a town. So we're asking that we extend that to the Board of Selectmen.
All right, I'm trying to wrap up this debate if we can. We've only been going 45 minutes on this, but I understand it's an important debate. Sir.
My name is Don McCaig, 225 Tremont Street. I wasn't going to speak other than Mr. Weston and other speakers. I just wanted to try to take away the pointed discussion as to just tonight. I was a town meeting member for over 10 years in the town of Barnstable on the Cape. I was in business. I was a school teacher for 14 years. And Mr. Weston said something I think very pointed, and that is looking down the road. And I'm looking down the road at this country and the divisiveness, but also a lot of the selfish personal interests that get involved in town meeting. And the reason I decided to speak is because we no longer have town meeting in Barnstable. And if you don't think that's possible, you look around at the future of town meeting in many towns, it's disappeared. And someone mentioned the quality of the vote. Is the quality of the vote coming from just a few selected political leaders under a mayor better than what Carver has right now? One of the reasons that I saw the demise of several town meetings was the makeup of the voters. Too many special interests that were, unfortunately, they were involved in town employment. Teachers' unions, police, others. I saw them come to town meeting and vote and stay only for the articles that were pertaining to themselves. I saw real estate people do it too, so this is not meant to demean the public sector. So I just am concerned that we have, the word was used rightly so, we are a republic, and we do best with boundaries, with guidelines, with trying to stop people from being put in positions where their own human interest can dictate their vote. It's just a human thing. It's not a personal thing. We're all capable of it. How do you vote against your own group of employees, especially if you want to go along to get along as a human being? So I'm in favor of this article only because I see it as a step toward what could very well be the end of town meeting in Carver. Thank you.
Ma'am?
I'm thinking. Jackie Perkins, 22 Purchase Street. I am also a teacher in the schools here. I have a huge passion for educating the constituents, the children in Carver, and I have long wanted to serve on the school committee and run for that position. I have never been able to because I am precluded from it as a town employee. So this is not new. I have served in other ways, and I have come to recognize that if I did sit on the school committee, I would have to recuse myself of very important decisions that come up because I would have a conflict of interest. And that, I guess, is why the school committee decided to exclude me from being able to run despite my passion. So I look at the debate that's gone on here today, and I'm seeing sort of a mix of apples and oranges. We all have a right to vote, and that is what a democracy is. But we do restrict who can run for office. We do it at the federal level, we do it at the state level, we do it at the local level. I don't see this as a heinous thing. I see this as a way to call out more people to serve. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further movement to the mics, action now comes on Article 12, which I will read it to you. It states, a selectman may not, to see if the town will vote to add to the following to Section 2.2.8 of the Carver General Bylaws. A selectman may not hold any other elective or compensated office under government of the town of Carver during the term for which he or she is elected, nor any compensated appointive office or employment for 1 year thereafter. Also, that any member of the Board of Selectmen serving in such capacity at the time of adoption of this section shall not be required to resign from any other position held and shall be allowed to complete his or her term of office on the board. Or take any other action relative there too. Okay. A vote in favor is to approve the article. A vote against is to defeat the article. All in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Tellers, please come forward. All those in favor of the article as written or as read, please raise your yellow cards and keep them up until I tell you to put them down. Okay, if you can put your cards down. All those opposed, raise your cards, please. Thank you. If you can put your cards down. Article 12 passes with a vote of 213 to 103.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr.
I move to reconsider the vote, please.
Motion has been made to reconsider.
Basically, Mr. Moderator, if you could explain to the people that, so they won't be leaving, that this is to ensure that the vote, it's not brought up again at a later part of the meeting, so that the people that voted on it now can have a chance to vote on it again.
Motion to reconsider is not debatable.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator.
What's your point of order?
Check Robert's rules, but I believe you have to do another article first before you can move a motion to reconsider an article that had been voted on.
We basically follow town meeting time, and I believe town meeting time
Mr. Moderator,
allows us-
to you and the legal counsel, town council.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that. Neither town council nor the moderator are aware of that, and using town meeting time, we are ruling that point of order out of order. The motion to reconsider is not debatable, it is not amendable, and it requires a majority vote to reconsider. Voting to reconsider reopens the debate and we get to vote the article again. If we vote not to reconsider, then the article is done with, and the article stands. So if you vote to reconsider, it reopens debate. If you vote not to reconsider, debate is closed. All those in favor of reconsideration of Article 12 signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed to reconsidering Article 12 signify no. Consider a majority. All right, I'm sorry, I'm going to take another voice vote. All those in favor of reconsideration signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. I would say the noes have it. So the article stands as passed. Article 13. Mr. Belvin.
Mr. Moderator, Robert Belvin, 26 Gate Street. I am the petitioner for this, and prior to this meeting tonight, I'd like to open this up as written for discussions. I do have a handout that was going to be withdrawn, but some people wanted to discuss it, and I'm all for discussion purposes. So I make a motion that it be as written.
Motion's been made and seconded to take Article 13 as written. Discussion. Mr. Belvin.
There was a lot of issues about swearing in of elected and appointed officials in this town, and this was the reason why I actually drafted this. The question that people had thought it was a very good article, except for the fines of $25. I'd like to get rid of the fine there, but I want a question through you to the town council. In our bylaws for this, is there a penalty if you violate our bylaws in our bylaws?
For violation of any bylaw. It's just too general in scope. I mean, there's parking bylaws and stuff. Yeah, you did it through you to town council.
Right.
So.
You want him to answer the question?
You're the moderator. He needs directed the question to me. You want me to answer?
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Carver.
The question arises as to whether there is a penalty for a violation of a town bylaw. And the answer to that is that with respect to town bylaws, if a penalty is specified, then there is a penalty. But if there is no penalty specified, then there is no such penalty.
And through you, Mr. Moderator,
Mr.
I think I read that town bylaw that there was a $300 penalty if you violate our bylaws in the back of the book, in the back of the bylaws there. You have a copy of it?
I don't have that copy of it right with me. Mr. Ward.
My concern here is that we do have difficulty getting folks to serve on committees, and I would think that if someone is not sworn in, then they can't participate with that committee or that board. That's penalty enough.
Mr. LaFawn.
To the question I know that arises in the past, whether or not this is appropriate or necessary for a bylaw is up to the town meeting. But subsequent to the issue that Mr. Belvin referred to, the Board of Selectmen and the town administrator instituted their own policy that basically says that your appointment only takes place upon being sworn in. So the overwhelming majority of any appointee that this may pertain to has already been settled.
And that was my point to withdraw that article, is because of the selectmen's policy. I just wanted the discussion to come up, and if anyone else wants to discuss this, they can. But the issue of the fines, I don't know if you found something about that?
Section 11.7 under penalties is talking about any person who operates a private water supply system without a permit, so it's not relevant.
Was it that one?
whatsoever.
Okay, I wasn't sure, I just wanted to make sure.
Not relevant
Thank you.
whatsoever.
Then I withdraw this motion for this warrant article.
Motion's been made to withdraw. Do I hear a second? Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor of withdrawing Article 13 signify by stating aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Article 14. Mr. Belbin.
Right, this article here, I like to propose some changes. I make a motion that we take it as written with some changes.
And can you define the changes, please?
Okay. The changes, I have a handout. I put it up at the back there. There was no room at the main desk with all the other handouts. So if you don't have it, it's in the back table back there. Okay. The changes are, and these are for definitions of our town bylaws. The first one is under duplex or two-family dwelling, to remove dwelling from the family dwelling addition language on that, so it would be family addition on that one. The next one would be under the definition of family, where we would add in / foster children after adoption, up to 6 unrelated individuals, and then again / foster children. Another one would be not more than 6 unrelated persons occupying a single-family home. And the final sentence would be, the intent is to control density and to provide for the health, safety, and welfare of the community. The last changes would be, again, removing dwelling from the title, where it would be family addition, and after family, related by blood, marriage, adoption, or / foster children. Okay, those were the changes for that. And I'd like to have a second on those.
Motion's been made with the changes to Article 14. Do I hear a second? Motion's made and seconded. Further discussion?
All right. The changes of these is just to make it clear, and I'm going to start on Article 14, looking at that, where it says accessory apartment. Accessory apartment shall mean a dwelling unit located in or attached to an existing single-family home in accordance with the provisions of 2260 herein, not to be considered a two-family home. Okay, the idea here is that an accessory apartment's attached or included within, and it's not a two-family home. The second one is to include bathroom facilities, meaning a sink with plumbing, toilet, shower stall, or a bathroom with a shower capabilities, just defining what a bathroom is. Under dwelling unit, this changes a little bit here, or a lot, shall mean a building or part of a building occupied or suitable for occupancy as a residence and arranged for the use of one or more individuals living together with kitchen facilities, living, bathroom facilities, and sleeping facilities. The next one is dwelling two-family, to remove that because we already have duplex and two-family in our bylaws already in place. Again, I added, it says duplex two-family dwelling, a building containing 2 dwelling units attached or within a dwelling with separate electrical meters, which is added. So in order to have a duplex or a two-family, you have to have 2 different electrical meters. And it excludes single-family with accessory apartments or family additions. The dwelling would be removed from that proposed change that I stated. Family, I went over that again, what the definition with family would be. I'd like to read that. And this is very important here, the definition of family. Family shall be defined as individuals related by blood, marriage, or adoption / foster children. That's one category. The second one, up to 6 unrelated individuals cohabitating together due to a handicap status, group homes. 2 adults cohabitating together, including their blood or adopted foster children. No, not more than 6 unrelated persons occupying a single-family home. In order to, and all of those are different categories, and then in order to provide for activities of daily living, provide spiritual, financial, and mutual support. And the last part is the intent is to control density and to provide for health, safety, and welfare of the community. The next one is single-family home, a single dwelling unit used for family and can include multiple kitchen facilities utilizing 1 electrical meter. And family dwelling addition, it would be family addition. The dwelling would be removed through those changes. In addition to a single-family home for the exclusive use of family, not to be used for non-family or considered an accessory apartment. Now, those are some big changes. And what I'd like to do is talk about the one for family and the reason why. Family in our town bylaws is very broad. It's kind of generic. I've looked around at so many different family definitions throughout the Commonwealth here. Some are very similar to ours. Others go ahead and actually individualize like I did here with different categories. The reason I did this is because of the zoning board interprets our bylaws. And those bylaws need to be interpreted. And if they interpret it wrong, then it limits people. So this gives the zoning board and it gives the building inspector direction on where to go. Family should be defined as individuals related by blood, marriage, or adoption and foster children. That's the cornerstone, the way our country was built on. Through the Supreme Court rules, and town council can give you a number of them, and so can I, but I'm not going to bore you with them. The bottom line is I took this from other bylaws throughout the state that have been approved by the Attorney General's Office for Family. I ask that you approve these changes just to turn a set in place that there's clear direction of what is what. The other thing I want to discuss with you guys is the part under family where provide for daily living, provide spiritual and financial and mutual support. Activities of daily living in the medical field, it means basically everything. All right? It means taking a shower, eating, cooking, cleaning, everything under the sun. Okay? Our bylaw says cooking. Cooking, well, if you look at the way our bylaws have put in place and how it's interpreted by the zoning board and even the assessing department, they say cooking is just a stove, but if you look at the health and safety guidelines under the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, safe and sanitary guidelines, they go side by side with what this is, okay? They have clear-cut bathing and kitchen facilities. And that's what we want to do. We want to state out, this is what it is, period. This is what a bathroom is, this is what a kitchen is, period. Without being said, I don't want to drag it on too anymore, okay? Please come up and speak about it. Thank you.
Was there a planning board hearing held on this?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. William Sinclair, Planning Board, 5 Lillian Way. Planning Board had Mr. Belvin come in with this again. This is, I want to say, our 3rd year that we looked at reiterations to this. Planning Board this year took no action on this. We sent Mr. Belvin back looking for more clarity, more information on certain issues of his petition article. He has not yet returned that to us, so we took no action.
So the report of the planning board was that you took no action? No? No report of the planning board. And when was the planning board hearing?
That was May 7th, May 21st. Thank you.
May 7th continued to May 21st?
Mr. Moderator, through you to the planning board. Were the hearings on the 7th and the 21st on the same substance, or was the substance different?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, it's town council, same substance.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on this, on Article 14, as presented by Mr. Belvin? Mr. Clark?
Mr. Belbin, did you sit with the zoning board to review these issues?
They won't meet with me. I did not ask them for this, but if they're here, they can come up and speak to it.
Well, I guess my basic issue is I'm uncomfortable making bylaw changes, zoning bylaw changes through petition without having the opinion of the planning and/or zoning board as to what they feel, because certainly I don't have the expertise with my knowledge of the bylaws to know whether or not this is a good thing. This could be a perfectly good thing, but without having the planning board and zoning board weigh in on it, I have no idea. So I'm uncomfortable making bylaw changes through petition without the opinion of planning and zoning.
Yes, sir.
My name is Noah Paisel. I'm from 84 Plymouth Street. I just have questions for the petitioner. These seems like very specific recommendations, and some context might help. There's specific things about numbers of unrelated individuals, and I don't know if those are arbitrary or if they relate to a specific building. I know that we may have people who will be immediately affected by this, so I want to understand the whole picture. Why is it so specific, and what are the issues you'd like to see resolved, or the ambiguities you'd like to see clarified, and what has motivated you to seek them?
Mr. Belbin?
Thank you very much for that. Perfect case is under the family definition. I don't have it here with me, I'm sorry. I'd be happy to read it out. It's basically any number of individuals living together. That's what it says. Well, there was a case before the zoning board. All right, it was the Santos case, where it was a husband and wife and their kids, and they wanted to put on a big addition. And the chairman of the board said to them, this addition is only for the nuclear family, meaning the father, the mother, and the children. Him stating that limited that building that they're having, that house, to the nuclear family. The way he stated it there to that. This is the issue. If we don't give them guidance on what we want to make what a family is, what the definition is, okay, then it's up to their decision-making abilities to do that. Like I said, I have turned around and looked at many other towns. Pembroke, a family or a group of people living in a single housekeeping unit or a household. Duxbury, one or more persons related by blood, marriage, adoption, not to include more than 4 unrelated persons, not more than 5 unrelated persons occupying a dwelling unit. In Middleborough, it includes one or more persons related by blood, marriage, or adoption, sharing cooking, storage, bathing, living, sleeping facilities in a dwelling in a single housekeeping unit. In addition, the family may include any of the following: domestic partners, foster children, domestic employees, not more than 2 boarders, not more than 4 additional persons not related by other
Thank
by
you, Mr.
blood or
Belvin.
marriage.
I think we get the
so
idea.
I'd like town council. Would the definition of family, the way I've proposed it, would that suffice a constitutional challenge?
Well, as you know, town council doesn't review petition articles, and therefore, I'm not sure he's prepared to discuss that tonight.
Through you, Ms. Moderator.
Mr. Carver.
No, this article was not reviewed by my office before coming here tonight, so I have no opinion.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator. The prior one that I submitted to the planning board was sent to Copeland and Page. I received a letter from them, I should say from Mr. Hunter, where they actually made suggestions to changes that I implemented in this language for the definition of family. Okay? This article under family goes to the core values of our Commonwealth, of our country, okay? It covers Moore versus City of East Cleveland. It covers, oh my God, so many other ones. I mean, and I'm sure town council can take a look at this and say, you know what? Yeah, I can prove right here that other towns have the same type of bylaws, and that's what it is.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening. Sharon Clark, 3 Bolton Street. I'm also a member of the zoning board. We did not review any of this. Our current definition of family is family shall mean a number of individuals living and cooking together on the premises as a single unit. You can take that to mean any way you want. I mean, there is the word cooking, but there's also the word living. So any of the applications that Mr. Belvin was describing, I think should certainly come under the term living. I'm a little concerned about the definition of family. First off, when he says that the zoning board needs guidance, the zoning board does not hear petitions for accessory apartments. Those are as of right. You can put in an 800 square foot accessory apartment, we call them in-laws sometimes, and meet certain criteria under 2260. The zoning board doesn't hear them unless your building exceeds dimensional requirements or something that's outside the bylaw. So the zoning board, as a rule, since we changed it in this body a few years ago, we do not hear accessory apartments. The one question I have for Mr. Belvin is under the definition of accessory apartment, when you say, in accordance with provisions of 2260, that's still limiting it to 800 square feet, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the definition of family, I guess I'm just uncomfortable with, I mean, I was looking at it today, I was going over these today, and I mean, anyone here, when you start thinking about your family tree, it's really a family forest. I came up with 79 cousins, and second cousins and third cousins. I mean, are you telling me all of those people could live in my house?
Ask Mr. Counsel over there.
Well, no, I'm asking you.
I'm not a lawyer, but the law is pretty clear, is that, all right, if you have somebody related by blood, marriage, adoption, they can live in your house. They're still family.
All right, they can live in my house, and many of them have in the last several years. But, and I'm sure many of us have those too, but I just threw them in my extra bedroom. Why do we need to define it so strictly by relation by blood, marriage? If I start including Ron's family, I'm in real trouble. And up to 6 unrelated individuals. Where's 6? Why not 5? Why not 3? Why not 8? Why 6?
That's pretty much the standard. If council wants, there was actually a lawsuit against that for group homes.
I'm not sure that we want to have a debate back and forth in terms of the specifics of every single line.
Well, I think this body needs to understand, because once he's going to the bylaws, this is your town's definition of family, and it becomes what you can or cannot do. And by narrowing the focus, or you might see it as broadening it, I'm just a little concerned of the wording. But that's all.
Sir?
Yeah, just briefly, my main thought as a citizen is just, if it's not broke, don't fix it, and why do we need to change laws that, I don't really see the need. I don't hear a good argument for what is broken, and therefore I don't see a good argument for any action. And that is not to be insensitive, I just haven't heard it yet.
Mr. Weston.
I think we're turning in a town meeting into a zoning board meeting. Do I have the right to move this question?
You do, but I don't see a lot of action, a lot of movement to the mic. I have one more person to speak.
Penny Martin from 48 Great Meadow Drive. I'm too very concerned about the definition of family. Family to one person means something different to somebody else. There are times in my life that I have had to lean on family and friends for support and help in difficult times. And I think to limit it to blood relatives and really to define it in catastrophic, if you look at Oklahoma City right now and what they're going through, and if neighbors aren't helping out neighbors, and that's what we do as a community, I really have a problem with limiting it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Belbin, unless you
I
have
get
something
final?
brand new.
Correct. Actually, I do. Zoning's all about limiting. That's what it is. It's there to limit you to do what you can and not. Okay? What this is really clarifying what the definition of family is. Now, the planning board had meetings, public hearings for this. And unfortunately, it didn't get finished. All right, I would have loved to go back there and discuss this even more and get people. I took their opinions. I took council's opinions and I put this in here, okay? There are many different opportunities for this. But this, my concern is, and it's toward this gentleman here, is that we had a chairman of the zoning board that limited it by saying that this single-family home is just for the nuclear family, and that's my problem I have, okay? And like I said, it's there, it was said, and that's my fear. My fear is to limit it just to the nuclear family. I have my in-laws living with me. I'll tell you, my sister, she's been in foreclosure 3 times.
Okay.
Okay, and if she comes to my house, I'll let her in with her 2 kids.
Okay, our action now comes on Article 14, as presented by the petitioner, Mr. Belvin. All those in favor of Article 14, this is, by the way, it's a 2/3 vote, it's a zoning bylaw change. If I don't get unanimous vote, we will go to a hand count. All those in favor of Article 14 signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Tellers, please come forward. If you happen to be in the back rows and you're a registered voter, you need to come down front so you'll be counted. All those in favor of Article 14 as presented by the petitioner, Mr. Belvin, please raise your yellow card and keep it up. Okay, if you can put your cards down, all those opposed, please raise your cards and keep them held up until I tell you to put them down. You make a statement? No, we've got to open it up. Yeah, that's fine. Easy clerk, see the double enter. Okay, you can put your cards down. Hmm? 186 in the negative, 23 in the positive. The motion is defeated. Or the article is defeated. Article 15.
Make a motion that we approve as written, and I'll put some changes to that actual afterwards.
Motion's been made. Do I hear a second? Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. LaFawn.
Mr. Moderator, and through you, not to get into the specific merits of this, people do need to know that this is, if the substance of this is basically the substance of a legal appeal that Mr. Belvin has against the town for having been cited for a zoning violation. So I don't really know how to speak about it in much depth,
Moderator.
but I think
I have
people
not
need
been
to be aware of
cited.
Excuse me, Mr. LaFawn has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Moderator, I have not been cited. It's actually in litigation right now, but I have not been cited. At no time have I ever been cited for any violation, all right, pertaining to my addition. If that's false, please, someone tell me.
Okay, Mr. Belbin.
Thought so. All right. The minor changes to this is to remove dwelling from the title where it will just say family addition. The S on additions to remove. Add / foster child in blood marriage, adoption / foster child. Change the word to may include kitchen facilities. Okay. Then under requirements, add septic water to the article. So what it would look like, septic water meter / well. Family addition, this is what it would read. In addition to a single-family home for the exclusive use of family, blood, marriage, or adoption / foster child, may include kitchen facilities, bathing facilities, living and sleeping space, not to be used for non-family or considered an accessory apartment. This is a by right use. The requirements, not to be used for non-family rental, only one electrical meter, septic, water meter, and well, must be unrestricted access to all areas of the single-family home, not to be considered a two-family and cannot be converted to a two-family. If the property owner wishes to use the family addition for non-family, he must go before the ZBA for a change of use to an accessory apartment with limitations of size and occupancy requirements and conditions. That's what it would read. Now, if you received this handout on the back, if you look at some of these, I've kind of made some wonderful points, okay? If you have a house here, and you want to put an addition on, you
Mr. Moderator, point of order.
What's your point of order, Mr. Blanchard?
By Mr. Belbin's own words, Steve Blanchard, Main Street. By Mr. Belbin's own words, this is under litigation. Through you to Town Council, does this body have the right to debate this?
Mr. Corbo, do you have any opinion?
Through you, Ms. Moderator.
Mr. Corbo.
Yep. My office is not handling Mr. Belbin's litigation. It is my understanding there's a dispute between him and the town regarding accessory apartments and definitions. However, it's my opinion that the body still has the authority to act in relation to its zoning bylaws, and you know how that affects the litigation. I can't say as I sit here today, it could in theory render the litigation moot or not. But in the end, the town does have the authority to amend its zoning bylaws, whether or not litigation is pending.
If this bylaw is passed, how will that affect the litigation? In his favor or in the town's favor?
Mr. Moderator?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, I can't answer that question because I'm not handling that litigation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
I would just add that the reason why it's not being handled by the Office of Copeland and Page is because of the civil rights, the inclusion of civil rights actions against the town. That's why it's being handled by our insurance company's counsel at this moment. So whether or not it clears up one issue, I don't know that it would clear up any civil rights issues that are still outstanding from his litigation.
Mr. Belbin.
Excellent. Thank you. Under the family addition, this article is different than accessory apartment. Where an accessory apartment limits you, it limits you to age of the person. It has to be 55 or over in an accessory apartment. It limits you to handicap status. No more than 3 people can occupy the accessory apartment. The square footage is 800 square feet. Anything more, you got to go to the zoning. All right, where a door can be placed, it limits you there. A notarized letter from an owner that they still live there. A 3-year renewal process, okay, with affidavits. And if it's not renewed, which this has happened a few times to people that it's 3 years, I forgot, oh, now you have to go back, send letters to all your neighbors. You got to pay the fee to get back in there, to go before the zoning board to get it renewed. This is about the accessory apartment. And there's parking restrictions. Now, where this has changed, The family bylaw presented clearly instills the intent of family in home ownerships. If you look at the definition the way I put here, 1 electrical meter, 1 septic, 1 water meter or well, okay? That the access has to be able to go from one side of the house to the other side of the house unrestricted, means locked doors. Under the health and safety guidelines of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, in order for you to have a dwelling, you must have locked doors, separating those. So this would instill, as long as you don't have locked doors going from your house to the next addition, it's an addition, no matter what you have. Now, the idea of 2 kitchens in a single-family home, okay, people do it for religious purposes.
Mr. Moderator, point of order.
Mr. Blanchard, what's your point of order?
This article, as he has supposedly written, he is not reading, so therefore, I'm not sure what his motion is. It sounds to me like we're in a discussion instead of simply reading a motion.
It went from motion to a second and discussion.
My apologies.
May I finish?
Mr.
Thank you.
Belvin?
What I wanted to express here is that there was a case down the Cape, whereas a homeowner wanted to put 3 kitchens in his house, and the zoning board said, no, you can't, because that makes it a 3-family home. This petitioner fought it in court and won, and they won for the reason is that just because you have 3 kitchens in your house doesn't make it a 3-family home. Okay? Under the health and safety guidelines, you have to have locked doors, and by this saying that you don't have locked doors going from one area to another, thus makes it a single-family home. Okay, where this is just an addition. If you want to put a second kitchen, you can. The idea here is that there are so many people, and if you look at the people that are in this room right now, there's a lot of senior citizens and a lot of people from 35, I read this today, 35 to 60-year-olds now. When you get up there, you may not get your Social Security, and you may not be able to pay your taxes because you're not getting money in. You may be working till you're 80 years old, all right, which is supposed to be your retirement years, okay? And if you can't afford your house, where are you gonna live? Who else is gonna help you? You're looking for your family members. And do you wanna have independent living? You can. Now, our town bylaws have another thing called setbacks. Setbacks are from the front of the house to the roadway, from the side of the properties, and from the back. And those setbacks, thus in turn, guide how big your addition can be. All right, so there are limitations of how big an addition can be.
Mr. Belvin, can you summarize?
Please vote for this article. It thus protects your rights and your future rights, okay? And it doesn't allow you to have to go to zoning board to get approval to use your property the way you want to use it.
Ms. Clark.
Hi, Sharon Clark, 3 Bolton Street. I'm not going to address this from a zoning standpoint this time. I'm going to address it just from a neighbor standpoint. I mean, I see the purpose in building small additions for either your parents or your children who have come back home. We all know what the economy's like. But in my neighborhood, I could build a 3-story addition and still meet all the setbacks. It could have 4 bedrooms, 5 kitchens, 3 bathrooms, and I could put a lot of people related by blood and marriage. My concern is that there's 150 houses in my neighborhood, and each one of them could probably pull that off with proper spacing. That's a lot of extra people in the town. That's a lot of extra kids in the town. Maybe going to school. Maybe my brother's kids, you know, he's got 4, and they could occupy that space. If we wanted to do a modification of our accessory apartment, and our current accessory apartment is you are limited to be 55, happily I clear that now, and there are limitations to that. If you wanted to investigate something like a family addition, I would recommend that this be rewritten, not here and not tonight, that it become a special, sorry guys, we still got a ways to go, but as a special permit issued by the planning board, or God forbid the zoning board. But it would be, there would be some modification, or you would have some ability to control the fact that there are now, 7,000 family additions, because this doesn't say anything about size, it just says you meet the setbacks. And like I said, I could put a 3-story addition in my backyard. I wouldn't like it, but I could. But that's just where I'd like you to consider that. Okay, thank you.
Okay. One last thing with
The
what she just
planning
stated.
board, was there a planning board hearing?
Mr. Moderator, through you, planning board's the same as the previous article. We heard the article, looked for more information. Unbeknownst to what Mr. Belvin has stated, that he would be more than happy to come back. We're still waiting on the information until we walked in here tonight and got his supplements, so.
And so
We
that was
took
May
no
7th
action.
May 7th and 21st?
Yep, we took no action.
Mr. Moderator, when was that vote that you took no action on these?
That was on the 21st. We asked for more information. We didn't move on anything.
So you didn't close the hearing, correct?
We did close the hearing.
No, you asked me to get more information to come back, to be honest. But I want to move to the question here of what she brought up. Right now, if you want to build an addition to your house, you can, and they can't stop you as long as you follow the setbacks. It can happen already. All I'm doing is making it, there's guidelines set in place that if you violate that, we have a building inspector that come for them and turn around and then cite you for violating them. All right? So there are controls, and the one last control would be the assessors department, that they can come down, look at the house, and then they file a complaint.
Okay, seeing no other movement to any mics, action now comes on Article 15 as presented. This is a zoning bylaw change. It requires a 2/3 vote. If I don't have it unanimous, I'll have another hand count. All in favor of Article 15 as presented by the petitioner, Mr. Belvin, signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. I'm sorry to have to do this, but the law requires that I actually take a hand count. Tellers, please come forward. All those in favor of Mr. Belvin's article as written, please raise your cards and hold them in the air until I tell you to put them down. That is correct. Everything I've read said that I had to.
Yeah, in chapter 30, it says you can, the meaning can authorize you to do, you know,
And I can get 7 people to jump up and say, question the vote. So
but yeah, it's under chapter 39.
yeah, that's right. Okay, if you put them down, all those opposed, please raise your cards and hold them up until I tell you to put them down. One second, it's already there. Liked it. All right, you can put your cards down. Even though Mr. O'Donnell told me not to tell you, it's 4-1's Bruin in the second. Going into the third period.
You can watch the highlights tonight on the news.
The nays are 194, the yeas are 9. The motion is defeated. Okay, Articles 16, 17, and 18.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Pete Donnelly, 26 Purchase Street, and DPW Commissioner. And I was actually going to make a motion that we take all three of these, since they appear every year in the town warrant, the same thing, make a motion that we take them all together as one.
And there's no need to take a motion. I'm going to ask it also that Article 18 be changed to raised and appropriated as opposed to transferring or borrowing. So Article 18 will be from raised and appropriate.
I'll make the motion unamended.
If there is no objection to bundling Articles 16, 17, and 18 together, I'll move right now to voting the three of them at once. Motion's been made and seconded on Articles 16, 17, and 18. Vote to approve. You're approving the articles as written. All those in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? Unanimous.
Mr. Moderator, Article 19, I move to raise and appropriate $400,000 to the Capital Building Stabilization Fund.
Motion's been made and seconded. Board of Selectmen vote.
5-0.
To Finance Committee vote.
5-0 to approve.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, so voted unanimously. Articles 20 to 23. This is for, all of these will be from raise and appropriate. Mr. O'Donnell, do you move them as...
I move the articles as printed to be raised and appropriated, and we're going to attempt to bundle those if nobody has any objections.
So we're going to attempt to bundle Articles 20, 21, 22, and 23.
Mr. Moderator?
Ms. LeMay.
Article 20 and 21 are actually coming from free cash.
Is that what it says?
I believe.
Okay. So it will be from raise and appropriate. Is there any objection to bundling those four articles? Hearing no objection, we now vote on Articles 20, 21, 22, and 23. All those in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, so voted unanimously.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 24 as printed.
Motion's been made and seconded. Board of Selectmen vote.
Board of Selectmen vote was 5-0.
Finance Committee vote.
5-0 to approve.
Any further discussion? Seeing no movement, we take action now on Article 24. All those in favor of Article 24 signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, so voted unanimously.
Mr. Moderator, on Article 25, I move the article as printed.
Motion's been made and seconded to move Article 25 as printed. And seconded. Do I hear a Board of Selectmen vote?
Board of Selectmen vote was 4-0-1.
Finance Committee vote?
5-0 to approve.
Mr. Belvin?
I just want to know how much are in these accounts right now as it stands? We can just get amounts to see where we're at.
Mr. Moderator, these are revolving funds. They're changing every single day, every single week with regard to the flow of money in and out. So one thing is required by the law, that there is a cap that's put on that by town meeting on each account that would have to be amended by this body if necessary. So I don't know if Meg has those numbers, but again, these are changing literally daily, if not weekly.
So there's no set numbers that we can give you at this point. Any further discussion? Moving to the article. Article 25 is, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. So voted unanimously.
Mr. Moderator, on Article 26, I move the article as printed.
Mr. Belvin, what's your point of order?
I requested to see if we could take it 28 out of order.
Right, that has to be a request from the floor. And to advance an article, I need a second. So you're asking to take Article 28 out of order?
Correct. Need a second. Discuss it.
I'm reminded that there's already a motion on the floor for Article 26. And there was a second. Article 26, vote of the Board of Selectmen.
Vote of the Board of Selectmen was 5-0.
Vote of the Finance Committee.
0-5.
Mr. Swain.
The vote of the Community Preservation Committee was 5-0-1.
And discussion.
Good evening. My name is Joanna Layton, live in 4 Wenham Shores, and I've been living in this town for 40 years. I'm a member of the Local Housing Partnership. This particular article here for $150,000 is a project that we've been trying to work on for 2 years. And I thank the selectmen because we typically have been working with him, have listened to them, had pulled and withdrew the article several times. But this particular time, we've worked through companies that will help us. The first of which is TRI. It's called the Resource Inc. These people are very involved in more of the North Shore and somewhere in the western part of the state as well. They have the ability to buy the homes, really know the banks and how to approach them. They have the backing of the bank of about $1 million. They will buy the homes for us. The second part of that, after you buy the home, is you must restore it. For that, we've made communications with the Plymouth Habitat for Humanity. And I'm sure you're familiar with them and the kind of wonderful work that they do. And for those of you who remember, the Mazzilli Drive home was built by them, actually. So that part, the part that we will be responsible for, will be the fixing up of the home with the $150,000. And the third part is after we fix the home, we need to sell it. We will work with South Shore Housing. Again, I'm sure you're familiar with them. They're very knowledgeable and have been in the business for a long time. And that home will be sold as an affordable home so that a couple or family can come in and they have a medium income, and they will be allowed to buy that home. But the good part of that also is we are putting the home on tax title, but we're also going to be complying with the state that says you have to have a certain percentage of affordable homes. When you hear the money of $150,000, you're probably thinking we're going to come back and say, you know something, we need some more. No, that's not true. The $150,000 will be in a revolve so that when this house is sold, the monies will come back and what we spent will go back into the fund. And we'll begin working on the other home. Now, for those of you here who have probably in your neighborhood, I know I have several in mine, I live in Wenham Shores, foreclosures. We want to help. I'm sure you do too. You want that community for Carver and where you live to be standard, and you want your values to stay where they are, to come up or stay where they are and not to go down. And I don't know about you, but it's real sad to see foreclosures and Bob Belbin said he had a relative that had 3 foreclosures. And that's really sad, and to get to that point. But I don't know if you realize, but I've been up and down a lot of different streets, and all of a sudden I say, you know, that family doesn't live there anymore, they left. And the bank, for whatever reason, doesn't even care. They don't even know who lived there or why they went or where. They just leave it abandoned. Can you sit here tonight and tell me that you don't realize what's going on? I'm sure you realize it. And that's basically what we're trying to do tonight, is to ask you to work with us and to allow us to have that money so we can begin the project. I thank you, and I hope you work with us.
Yes, ma'am.
Sherry Poirier, 16 Gate Street. I also sit on this committee, and I just wanted to explain a little bit that it's monies that are earmarked for affordable housing. The monies, like Joanna had said, is very nervous. Sorry. These monies are going to go into a recycling. The company is going to come out as a nonprofit. They have available funds to be able to purchase. Our money would go for rehabbing. It'll really help with the foreclosures, the foreclosure rates on our houses, bring down all of our values, and we just want to try to bring up the town as a whole. Thank you.
Mr. Hunter.
Thank you. Thank you, Sherry. Sherry and Joanna have worked very hard on this. I know she was nervous. I'm just going to say a few words about foreclosures. I mean, we've advertised it pretty loud that we're hit pretty hard in Carver with foreclosures. And this is to address the houses that have been abandoned by the homeowners, abandoned by the banks, and they can't be resold. We think we've found a nonprofit agency that has leveraged money from the Attorney General. We would have to go out to RFP. Maybe there's more out there. We would use their monies to buy the house from the bank. We'd use CPA monies to rehab it. We would use Habitat, if necessary, to help renovate the house. And then we would use South Shore Housing to help us find first-time home buyers. Then when the house is sold, the money would go back to the nonprofit who has leverage money. The rehab money would come back to us, and we'd buy another house. We're probably talking doing a house every 2 years. We don't anticipate having to come back here for a long time, if ever. But we think this is our own way of trying to attack this problem. And I've been, you know, and Crystal Lake is one of the harder hit neighborhoods, but every neighborhood has it. But this is, I think, a very creative and innovative way to use CPA monies that have to be designated for affordable housing anyway.
Thank you. Mr. Belvin.
I have a question about this. Yeah, don't go too far. Once it's sold to a lower moderate income family, will that house always be low and moderate income on the books continuing on?
Yes, we would require a deed restriction that it would be low mod, and it would rise with the cost of living, or the gross national product indicator is how much the increase in value could go. Yes.
Thank you. The other thing is under the CPA, how much is directed right now just to the low-income housing portion? Because we're supposed to put like 10% away every year for it, correct? Something like that?
I believe my last check on that was about 45,000 is in there today.
43 to 45,000.
Yeah, something like that.
And how much is in the account total under the CPA?
I'm looking at the moderator. He's the chairman of CPA.
I don't have those figures right with me, but I can tell you that it's
It was something like 400,000, 500,000.
It's approximately 430,000.
Yeah.
What I wanted to do was to take 28 out of order because I wanted to hopefully direct other funds to other things, but I'll just let this go. Thank you.
Ms. Maroney.
You got to get close.
We have a pretty contentious article coming out, a debatable article, I should say, in Article 31, reducing the CPA from 3% to 1%. I just want you to know, in thinking about this article, I voted yes for it after a great presentation by Joanna Layton and working with her and her group over the past several months. This money is already allotted for, so this will in no way impact the ability to vote on Article 31 if you so choose to vote the 3% to the 1% on the CPA. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Carter.
Yes, a quick question on that $150,000 that we're potentially allocating to this fund. Who owns the property while we're fixing it up? Is one question.
It would be owned by the nonprofit, whoever we choose through an RFP.
And is there any exposure to us to sinking funds into a property that we don't own?
I would hope that through town council, we'd address that before it happened, yes.
Okay, my last question is why one house every 2 years? That just seems to be an extremely long turnover period.
Well, I'm guessing. I'm trying to be as conservative as possible. I'd love to do one every year, but you know, I think we got to crawl before we walk and walk before we run.
And for you, Mr. Moderator, what are we looking for a return on investment? What are we trying to put back into this fund? 20% of the sale price? What are we trying to do?
Well, the low mod income, the sale price today is probably about, I'm looking at 180, 190,000. So if we could buy a house for 100, put in 60 or 70 in rehab, sell it for 180, get our return on investment.
Thank you.
Mr. Belbin.
Is there a way that do you need the 150,000 all up in front, or could we do a lower amount and then come back and say, hey, it worked out well, let's try this again and get a little bit more at a future date?
I'm not going to speak for the committee, but I guess I will, is that they've worked very hard. They've worked with the chairman of the Board of Selectmen and other selectmen on this, meeting after meeting after meeting. They've worked with CPA. I think you've probably had 3 hearings on this thing. I won't speak for them again, but I will, that I think it stands the way it is.
Okay.
Action now comes on Article 26. A vote in affirmative is to approve the article. All those in favor of Article 26 signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. So voted unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Moderator, Article 27, I move the article as printed.
Article 27 has been, motion has been made. Do I hear a second? Motion's been made and seconded. Board of Selectmen vote.
Board of Selectmen vote was 5-0.
FinCom vote.
This is 27. FinCom voted 5-0 to approve, but would like to recommend an amendment to include purchase and forestry fields.
Community Preservation Committee vote.
6-0 in favor.
And Mr. Carter, are you making an amendment now?
Yes, we just wanted to add 2 more fields to this particular article, the Purchase Street and Forest Street fields.
Mr. Carter is making an amendment to add the Purchase and Forest Street fields, which would mean that it was going to be looking at the Purchase Street, Forest Street, Savory Meadow, and Church Street properties. I can say as one disinterested party that there 4 properties may not be able to be done with this amount of money. So if the FinCom feels that that's inaccurate, then okay. Yes, sir.
Dan Foran, 20 Brook Street. My grandfather started Little League in this town, Ted Hallinan. Ted Hallianan's family also owned the property off Church Street that's now belongs to the town. I've driven by, and actually, I believe me and potentially Mr. O'Donnell's son played Little League at the field off Forest Street, and under my grandfather's coaching, my father's coaching, and Mr. O'Donnell's coaching, and you drive by that field now, and it's a disgrace. It's a mess. It's not taken care of. And this article proposes spending $120,000 on a recreational feasibility study with engineering and design for the town-owned properties. That doesn't give you a field. That doesn't allow kids to play on a field. That gives you the opportunity to say, oh, wow, look, Church Street could become a field. Well, why not take the $120,000 and fix the field off Forest Street so that kids can actually use the field? So I vote this one, I'd say throw it out.
Well, I apologize to Ms. Clark because she's a Recreation Committee Chair. I should have called on her first. She has the full information in terms of the entire article, the reasons for the article. So Ms. Clark.
Yes, I'm Kim Clark. I am newly chairperson of the Rec Committee. We've had a lot of change and loss in our committee with the passing of our chairperson, John Ranella. So the committee that's left, we're trying to kind of pick up where he left off. So if I am short on some information, it's just a gap from the circumstances of our committee. We are looking at utilizing all our fields. We are not looking to disregard Purchase Street, Forest Street, the Main Street fields. We're looking at using all of them. We need more. The uses of Forest Street would be limited because of size and parking issues, which I'm sure will come up as more discussion happens. What we're looking to do is to see where the expansion can happen. As far as developing the fields, that would be a whole nother issue. We need to decide if we can even use Savory Meadows properties or Church Street properties. We don't even know if we can use them. Savory Meadows was acquired with the expectation and designation for recreational use, passive or active, open space, and preservation. Am I correct in saying that? So, we're not looking to tear apart, the Savory Meadows and make it hideous and all of that. We're trying to preserve the rural character of our town as well as develop enough recreational sites for the use of our town so that everybody is included in the decision-making that we're trying to do. We've already determined through various steps of discussion and whatnot that the fields that we have, including the ones that seem to be in rough shape. I mean, there's no denying it. They're in rough shape, especially Forest Street. We're not looking to disregard those. It's just a matter of when we think about all the fields that we do have, even rehabilitating those, it's not enough. So we're trying to look at what our other options are so that we can determine the steps to take from there. Because it would be kind of a domino effect. We can't move a sport to this field without having preparation for where everybody else is going to lie at the end of the day. So this money that this has been in the works for a couple of years. Like I said, John Ranella started this, and he's done an amazing job getting this pushed through. And I'd hate to see it die now without a real understanding of what's happening. This is just a first step. This is to do the surveying with the delineation of conservation lines, because obviously that's essential to know what area is usable. And then also be doing ground penetrating radar so that we can see, what's going on underneath, because we don't want to waste a lot of money on a project that can't happen, and we don't want to waste a lot of money on on fields that just wouldn't be usable. So the point that we're trying to do is just to get to that first step, and from that point we can start with, all right, if this is even usable, what we would use it for. And that would include discussion. We invite everybody to our recreation meetings. I would enjoy that immensely, because we are just, regular people that are trying to make good decisions for our town, and we see a need, and we're trying to meet the need as best we can. Does that answer?
I don't want to seem like I'm attacking your agenda, because I appreciate what you do. I grew up playing Little League in Carver, again, under my grandfather's direction. The property off Church Street, he raised horses in and cows in, and he did the whole 9 yards on that property. And nothing would make him happier than to see a Little League or kids using the field. But at the same time, I still think he'd be extremely concerned. He was very active in the town. I think he'd be extremely concerned that we're going to spend $120,000 to look into other options when I heard you say that the field wouldn't be able to be used. Somehow I played Little League there, and a bunch of other kids played Little League there, and we all played there, and we were a town team, and we were coached there, and we grew up there, and it was used. So I don't see how the field can't be used now, or it's not big enough to be used. It always was. But I appreciate your efforts, and I don't want to seem like I'm attacking you. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
Ms. Hewens.
Thank you. Through you, just one quick point of clarification, and you guys may know this, the Savory Meadows parcel that was purchased to be subdivided into the front lot, the Form A lot, which is a 6-acre lot, and that's the one that's designated for active recreation, and the back part is for conservation and open space. So that was just a point of information for people who didn't know. The other point that I'd like to make, for what it matters, I think that kids do play on the Forest Street and obviously on the Purchase Street fields, and I don't know how much these studies cost per field, but if it makes any sense at all to look at all 4 fields together, I'm all for it. Because, and I should add that the reason I'm for it actually is because the law recently changed. The Community Preservation Act now allows us to use community preservation money to upgrade existing recreational facilities, and that was never the case before. So this is a terrific thing.
Yes, sir.
Mike Grimes, 49 Silver Street. So I currently serve as the president of Pop Warner Football for the kids in town. I just got recently elected. And I also helped serve on the field committee that kind of put together the idea through John Ranella when he was here, and his passion for fields for this town and the kids. As a parent of 4 kids in this town, a person who participated in football and baseball and every sport you could think of, and it seems my kids are going to do the same. There is a major need in this town for the way we've grown and how many kids are participating, which is a good thing. But there is also not enough room to give them the opportunity to play. Right now, baseball, you can't find open space to have practice. The kids just don't have practice for baseball because there aren't enough fields. And Forest Street is one of those that could be examined, but that is only a small portion. Football doesn't have enough room, soccer doesn't have enough room. By looking at other fields, it's going to expand it not just for Little League, which is a great opportunity at Forest Street, but all sports need room. Softball, men's and women's softball, Pop Warner, soccer, we all commingle in the same space, and some of those fields just can't exist with how many sports are out there. So it's a youth sports, it's an adult sports thing. It's a good thing to get more involved in more open space for our kids because they need it. So I hope everyone will take a look at this. 120,000 won't create a field, but it'll give us the right direction as to what we can do with what we already have. And once we know that, then we can really come up with a budget as to what it will cost to provide good working space to resolve a big need for this town and our kids. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. George Martin, South Main Street. Just like Mike said, the field space that we have right now isn't equipped for everything that we play. Girls softball, for instance, doesn't even use our town fields. They use an elementary school field. We could give them space. Same thing with soccer. They use the high school, and everyone's on top of each other. So, like Kim said, John Ranella, he pushed for this, and the 120,000. The reason why we're asking that for those 2 fields, we didn't want to get greedy. Absolutely, Forest Street needs to be taken care of as well. But it's a start, and our town needs to help our kids. Nothing recreation has been done in this town over 10 years. So we need to step up and take care of it. Thank you.
Ma'am? She just, oh, okay.
I just wanted to...
Can I ask the rec committee would you have any objection to adding the other 2 fields as the FinCom is
I don't have a problem looking at all 4 at the same time. My concern, it would just be repeating what you had said. This was all, again, started by John Ranella, and he based this number on figures that he had worked out with some other companies. So I just don't know that we'd be able to do all 4 with that sum. By all means, if we were able to, I would jump at it. I just can't guarantee that, and I don't know how I could tell everyone at town meeting that that's possible without more information.
So would the rec committee have an issue with accepting a friendly amendment to accept those 2 more fields, assuming that you can find the fund, that you can find ways to handle it?
To finance it.
Could I just say one thing on that amendment?
Sure.
When this was all put forth, Forest Street was certainly talked about in fixing Forest Street, but I think the difference is here is that the money isn't to fix a field, it's to find out what we got. I mean, the front piece is surrounded by, I think there's like protected land that's going to understand what can be used because of the possible wetland around it. I mean, it's 6 acres, but we don't know if all 6 acres can be used. So we don't know what's there until we spend the money on engineering, and that's why it's not about building a field. And to use money to build a field that we already know is usable is a separate issue. It's to find out what we can expand to and then come back. In Forest Street, quite honestly, I've talked to people in town, people that have the means to actually help the town by providing equipment or material for free to get that field done. We can do that, and I have people that would be willing to do that if the town would allow it. So it's not a matter of funds to get that done. It's a matter of the town saying, how can we use our own people to get it done, and let's use money to open up other spaces. So I think it's 2 separate issues, all good issues, but to include them all, I think would commingle the wrong funds for the wrong areas.
May I address
Ms.
that?
Clark?
I just upon hearing him say that, I realized that we should, I imagine, that there is some town record of the conservation lines already on those properties. So it would be somewhat redundant. We should have that stuff. I have not checked into it because that's not what we were addressing in the article. But we should have the survey information. We should have conservation lines. Maybe not the ground penetrating radar information. But like he just kind of mentioned, it doesn't necessarily go hand in hand because it's not simply for development of a field. It's for determining what is usable. And we do know that those fields exist, and we do know some of the parameters of use already for those fields. So.
Okay.
Hey, I just wanted to add, the Finance Committee's discussion was really a friendly amendment, adding in that those fields need to be studied on how they can be bettered, how we can improve those fields. That was why. And what we're saying is let's find the funds through the CPA money to do that. That's the question. That's what the amendment was. It was to fix what we have and find exactly to do what you're doing, but also fix what we have.
Sir.
So we were not saying let's use any of that 120,000 to fix the field. It was to determine what we need to fix the field.
And then come back and get more money
Yes.
to fix it as well.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. No, I just, you just got to have a plan and not waste the money fixing something and then never get into the bigger problem.
We want to put the plan together with you.
Eric Weston, 189 Main Street. I would like to see the town have more fields, and I was involved in sports, and my children are as well, and I knew the problem. I am a direct abutter of Savory's Woods, and there are a few things that I just throw out for concern. This body may look at changing the CPC funding, so we may have less than we may spend, and we may not have as much to go back to. We don't know yet, but that's possible. And I always hesitate when I hear feasibility and engineering costs, and I see numbers like 120,000. And I know that is necessary sometimes, and I know it's expensive. But I wonder in this case, there is some direct concern amongst the abutters, so I'm not saying that there won't be a field or there will be, but to spend such money when you don't have the input of Church Street or Savory's Woods area, I would hate to see money spent and then have tremendous opposition. While I think we all know we need fields, that's a possibility. So I was just throwing out that to the gentleman's first point, 120,000 or whatever we have to the finances, if we were to put an amendment in existing town fields and athletic facilities, we have more than the 2 fields that were mentioned. You know, I don't know how much extensive our land in the center of town is, but I also know that those two large fields are probably not being utilized as effectively as they could be. If we're going to study or spend money, let's focus on what we have and focus expansion where we already have fields, because we will get more bang for our buck than to go into places where we don't have them yet. The land isn't going away. It'll still be there for discussion and for spending and for evaluation in the future. But let's focus on the kids now, let's focus on the fields we have, and let's focus that money, because we don't know how much we'll have in the future on that. So, Mr. Moderator, that's what I have to say. I'm kind of new at this, but what I'd like to do is make an amendment. Is that possible at this time?
Well, we've already got an amendment on the floor.
Okay, I was confused on that. Okay.
Didn't have an exception or acceptance of a friendly amendment.
I don't know how it would go. Mine is to just strike the town-owned properties on Savory Meadow and Church Street and design for existing town field and athletic facilities.
Can we?
But I don't know how that clarifies.
I'm not sure that clarifies anything.
Yeah, I guess what one of the confusions would be is what fields you're talking about. I mean, I don't know where you're talking about currently we can expand on that we already have that's being underutilized. What fields are you talking about there? I wasn't sure.
Well, by being broad, by existing town field and athletic facilities, I was trying to encompass all fields rather than specifically naming Forest Street or Purchase Street. You also have the King property, which has been around forever. I don't know that that's completely effectively utilized. I know there's land behind the tennis courts. I don't know whether that's being effectively utilized. I know those fields could be in better shape. I know Forest Street could certainly be in better shape.
Right.
I'm sure there's probably some room at Purchase Street. I'm just suggesting that we spend the money that we have now on what we already have, and let's get some top-notch fields in place, and then we can always come back to this issue of expansion.
But I think one of the issues with that, and not that I'm all for whatever resolves the issue, but the difference is between having a top-notch field and having enough room, and that's the difference. The fields we have right now just aren't big enough, and you don't have enough time and room for kids to actually practice and play and grow. And so as we get bigger as a community, we have to grow our fields. And I'm all for getting better fields, but that still doesn't resolve the fact that we need more space, more fields. And I don't know how much 120,000 gets in engineering. It may be too much, it may be not enough. I'm not sure, but it's a start to find out what we got, and then we can take the next step as to how do we plan that field to be best utilized for all sports. It's not one, it's not kids, it's not adults, it's like Forges Field in Plymouth. There's a great complex, and not that we can get that there, but as we expand and have more kids involved in sports, we need to expand our field size, not just the quality of the field itself. So Forest Street is a small field and could help baseball, but it certainly wouldn't help the other sports like football, soccer, everything else going on. So we just need more space, not just quality. I think that's the biggest thing.
And through you, Mr. Moderator, we just should be cautious that we don't end up with abundance of fields, but they all look like Forest Street.
Absolutely.
That's true.
Mr. Moderator, may I just clarify, are we talking about an amendment to add Forest Street and whatever other street to this article?
Ms. Clark.
Is that where we're at?
I think Ms. Clark can speak to that.
That was the amendment, correct?
All right.
I just wanted to say that reiterate that was our intention was never to disregard those fields. That is not the plan. This is a step in a long-term search for us. I am perfectly willing to accept those fields as part of this article, if that's what.
So I'm hearing that you're accepting that as a friendly amendment from the Finance Committee.
Can I just say, Jackie Perkins, 22 Purchase Street, to add those two street or fields does absolutely nothing to the power of this committee to spend the money, according to this article. So I think it's harmless and we should just vote on it. So I'd like to move to vote on the amendment.
That was my hope, was by getting a friendly amendment taken care of.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Ward.
It would seem that it says, said sum to be expended under the direction of the Community Preservation Committee in consultation with the Carver Recreation Committee. So they would be making a decision as to how they wanted to spend that money on which field. I have walked a couple of them in, and I think it would be a good idea to put those two in with them, and then they can make the decision as to a plan as to how those 4 fields could be used, or maybe one couldn't. But I know the Savory's Meadow field is going to take some extensive engineering, because that's pretty topographical. So I would think that adding the 2 would allow you folks to use your discretion and get a plan together as to the best use of them. So then you'd have 4 in that article.
Thank you. We originally voted on this article for $120,000 for the Savory Meadow and Church Street for the feasibility study and engineering. And it was my understanding, Mr. Bentley, that that was up to $120,000, and then if it wasn't spent, that it would not be spent on anything else, that it would revert back into the fund. We are expanding this. Savory Meadow was voted in on with the hope and anticipation of a ball field, because as Mr. Grimes had clearly stated, we need more ball fields because of the population of children that have increased. I don't know why we are adding 2 existing ball fields to a feasibility and engineering study article when they are already in existence and working. I just cannot support the amendment, and I think we should keep it as is.
Yes, sir.
If we're going to keep it as is, I say we throw it out, because again, you're going to spend $120,000 to look into other places when that field is a mess. It should be cleaned up, should be used. It doesn't seem,
Through you, Mr. Moderator, I absolutely agree with you that those ball fields need fixing up, but I'm just saying the spirit of this article was to expand the fields in town. Do you know what I mean? I think it's just too totally...
I just have a problem with spending $120,000 of taxpayers' money when there's already a field that maybe we could fix so it could be used for the kids to use. It just seems, I understand that it's a great idea to build fields in those 2 places, but why put money towards that when there's a field that should be cleaned up before we spend more money on something else?
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Blanchard.
Steve Blanchard, Main Street. The article states town-owned properties. There are obviously many ball fields that are behind Town Hall, at the primary schools, the elementary school, here. I think if this is money that is going to be distributed with consultation of Carver Recreation, then if we eliminated Savory Meadows and Church Street and just left it to town-owned properties, that way we could look at everything and see where the money is best spent, instead of just limiting it to particular fields or particular properties. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Paul Kelly, 36 Leonard Street. The point of the article, I believe, is that if we add these properties, they decide where the money goes. So it's a moot point whether it's a moot point if we include them and then they decide that the fields aren't worth their time. So I would vote that we'd move the amendment.
So we have a friendly amendment, so there's no need to actually vote the amendment, since the friendly amendment was accepted by the
Move the article, rather.
Forestry purchase.
All right, well, in consultation with the town council, he said that my interpretation of friendly amendment doesn't work. So the amendment from the Finance Committee will have to be voted as a separate amendment. So I don't know that I heard a second. But their amendment was to add Purchase Street and Forest Street to the article. So we're going to act now on the amendment by the Finance Committee. Mr. LaFawn.
I certainly don't have any issue with the amendment. I think people have to understand, though, that money only goes so far, and that I would expect that people wouldn't come back here in a year or 2 years and say, what happened to the money? Why wasn't it used on Purchase Street and Forest Street? If there simply wasn't enough money to do all of what is now being asked to do. So I think as long as people understand that the primary objective ought to stick to the language that was posted in the warrant, and if there are funds available, whether it's through bundling with it for engineering purposes or after the fact, if the scope that was initially in the warrant article is concluded and there's funds available, I think that's wonderful. But I do think that everyone should at least understand that that ought to be what's expected of the people who have authorization to spend the money. And so we don't come back here with unrealistic expectations and say, well, why didn't you do all 4 fields? Well, because the money's still the money.
So we're acting on the amendment, which is to add Purchase Street and Forest Street fields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Yes, sir.
I just, Tim Dunham, 11 Ricard Street. As I understand, CPC funds can be used to rehab fields regardless at any time. So the amendment is kind of redundant because the initial articles is the feasibility for new fields. Purchase works. It takes $1,000 maybe, say put new goalposts up and spray paint to repaint the line. It's a big field. You can do whatever you need to do with it. Forest Street is they're existing fields. So it's not a feasibility thing we need to do with it. It's just rehab, which we can vote on later. I say we give the $120,000 or whatever to do feasibility for new fields. It's a separate issue of rehab versus new. Forget the amendment, just vote new right now, because there's 2 separate issues as far as I'm concerned.
So is there any further discussion on the amendment itself? Hearing none. Moving to the amendment, which is from the Finance Committee to include Purchase Street and Forest Street fields in the Article 27. All those in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The noes have it. Moving on to Article 27. Oh, someone's challenging it? If you ever want to challenge a vote that I've called, you need to I need to see 7 voters stand up right away. But I'll give up. I'll give in this way. Tellers, come forward. All those in favor signify by raising your yellow card. You're voting. This is voting for the amendment to include Purchase Street and Forest Street in the article. Okay, you can put your cards down. All those opposed, please put your cards up. Six to one. The motion to amend passes 80 to 72. The motion now comes on the Article 27, which includes Savory Meadow, Church Street, Purchase Street, and Forest Street. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Article 28.
Article 28, Mr. Moderator, I move the article as printed.
And the town accountant tells me that the amount of money for this is $113,080, and it will be from the undesignated fund balance. Board of Selectmen vote?
Board of Selectmen was 5-0.
FinCom vote?
5-0 to approve.
CPC?
6-0.
Mr. Belvin?
Mr. Moderator, how much is left to pay off the debt for the coal property?
Mr. Moderator, we don't have a payoff number tonight. We were unaware that that was going to be an issue for this evening.
Approximate?
We don't have it, and we weren't prepared to present that tonight. We don't have a payoff number.
Move the article.
Motion's been made and seconded to vote the article. All in favor of Article 28 signify by stating aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it.
Mr. Moderator, Article 29, I move the article as printed in the amount of, the town accountant has that.
It's at 45,000. Right. It only needs to be for historic preservation. Just historic preservation. Right. Okay, this Article 29 has been, the affordable housing has been taken care of through Article 26. Open space has been taken care of through Article 28. So the only monies that need to be expended on Article 29 are the 10% set aside for the historic preservation, which is in the amount of $43,665. Board of Selectmen vote?
Board of Selectmen did not take any action on that.
FinCom?
Due to the fact we didn't have a dollar value, we took no action as of tonight.
And obviously, it was impossible to come up with a dollar figure until tonight. So, CPC?
6-0.
And this is a boilerplate article, usually just has to be passed just because that's what the law says. Chapter 44B says that you must do this. Any further discussion? All those in favor of Article 29 signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, so voted unanimously. Article 30.
Mr. Moderator, we move the article as printed in the amount of
$21,833. Board of Selectmen vote?
Took no action on that, sir.
FinCom vote?
Again, we did not have a dollar value, we took no action.
And CPC vote?
6-0.
This is allowed by the law. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Article 31, Mr. Moderator, I move that as printed.
Article 31 has been moved and seconded. Board of Selectmen vote.
Board of Selectmen was 4-0-1.
FinCom vote.
3-2-0.
Discussion. Mr. Dunham.
Alan Dunham, 11 Ricard Street. I stand, through you, Mr. Moderator, to the body. I'm not coming to advocate whether we should drop it to 1% or keep it at 3%. The state legislature, when they created this law, made it a two-step process. First to town meeting and then to general election. I don't really feel that the body has the right to take away the decision of the town. This is too important to be handled by a small subset of the residents of Carver. I feel strongly, no matter whether you're for it or again, for the 3% or the 1%, we need to allow this to go to the voters of the town. We had a non-binding referendum in the last election. The townspeople, the voters proved they are interested in this. They want to have a say in this. I say we have to let them have that say. I think we have the moral obligation to go ahead and pass this article as written to allow the town to vote in the election next April. That way both sides of the issue can go ahead and present a nice debate, getting your point across. Don't be afraid of the town voters. The voters are smart. If you give them a reason to vote the way you feel, they'll do that if you give them a good logical debate. But don't go ahead and just say, no, we're not going to let the town go ahead and vote for it. I urge to vote for this article so it can go on to the next step. Thank you.
Mr. Swain.
Zach Swain, 5 Keller Street. To me, it's a pretty simple decision. You look at the back of the handout on the yellow paper that was available before the meeting, and you see that at 3% right now, we generate $510,000. At 1%, it's $144,000. The percentage match from the state drops from 49% to 26%. We lose 22% of the money that the state gives us if we go from 3% to 1%. Look at the amounts, $510,000 to $144,000. We're contractually obligated to make those bond payments on the coal property. We just talked about that amount. It's $113,000. My math, that leaves us with $31,000 that the CPC would have to do these projects. We just talked about $120,000 for ball fields. We talked about $150,000 to purchase and renovate abandoned and foreclosed properties. Those things would be off the table. All we would have would be $30,000, which isn't going to get us much of anything. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Clark.
I really struggled with this one. I support the CPA, the concept of the CPA. However, I do feel, I agree with Mr. Dunham, that this needs to go to a vote of the town because we're looking at needing to build a new school, a new fire station, and a new police station. And we need to give the voters of the town the option to recover the 2% of the CPA funding to help subsidize what it's going to cost to build the school, the fire station, the police station. We can't put them off any longer. I will vote in support of this next spring when it comes up to keep it at 3% personally. But I do believe with the building projects the town is facing that they deserve to have the option on this one.
Ms. Hewins.
Thank you. Just a couple of informational points I wanted to say, and that state match that we get at 3%, we get 3 matches because we're at 3%, and I like that because that's my state tax dollars coming back to our town instead of, going somewhere else. Also, the new changes in the law that we mentioned earlier are allowing us to do more projects now with existing town-owned land. I was certainly hoping we'd be able to, at the next round of CPA grants, put in some money to get some surfacing on our existing playground. It's in dire need, and we were never able to do that before. That's just one thing of many. And then finally, through you, Mr. Chair, I wanted to, for town council to explain to us whether or not if this bylaw passes, would it indeed go to the ballot, or would it become law tonight?
Through you, Ms. Moderator.
Mr. Carver?
Yes, so the process is, it's a two-step process. The first step has to be approval at town meeting. If it's approved at town meeting, the question goes on the ballot for the next annual town election, which comes up next year in May. So the first step is here tonight. If it's approved, it goes to the ballot. If it's not approved, it does not go to the ballot.
Mr. Franny?
When we voted this in 2006, it said, the binding question said, shall the town of Carver accept sections 3 to 7, inclusive of Chapter 44B of the general laws, as approved by its legislative body? The legislative body is you. In two previous times it came before the legislative body, before 2006, and it was defeated. I just wanted to give you that as a point of information.
Mr. Belbin?
This got to go back to the voters, okay? The non-binding was clear. There was guidance for us to do the right thing. Therefore, please bring it back to the voters. Let's use our vote to make sure it counts.
Mr. Pratt?
Stephen Pratt, 16 Weston. For clarification, there's two paths. There are two paths to approve or amend the CPA. Town meeting rejected the CPA back in '04 and '05, and it was only by petition of 5% of the registered voters that was actually presented to the voters in 2006. So this body, town meeting, never approved the CPA. And in my discussions with town council prior to it, those same two paths exist before getting it on a ballot. Whether or not town meeting approves it, the reduction tonight or the amendment tonight, or it is by petition of 5% of the registered voters, those are the two paths by which it can be put on the ballot next April. So whatever you decide tonight, and I agree with the previous speakers, it should be up to the voters to decide whether it's this body or whether it's by petition. It should be on next April's ballot to let the folks weigh in on it.
Mr. Johnson?
Paul Johnson, 3 Laurie Lane. We have state match available for other things too, like schools. And if we want to make that school affordable, we have to make some serious efforts. Mr. Franny made a serious effort when he established the Capital Building Fund. Steve Pratt's made some serious efforts. We need to continue those serious efforts because it's only through compromise that that project's going to be put through successfully. We've tried before the other way. I'd urge you to submit this to the voters and let them make their choice based on what they can afford. Because if we don't do it, they'll do it for us. They'll turn the schools down again, and we don't need to be there. We need to be in the business of making this project affordable. And it's going to take a little bit from everybody.
Yes, sir.
Paul Kelly, 36 Leonard Street. To make this clear, this isn't going to be an exchange for the schools, that there's no proposed change, that the 2% that disappears here will be turned into a school fund of any kind, correct? So this is just to drop it without any guarantee of investment in the town and other places. And we've, as others have noticed, we've been spending a lot on the town trying to reinvest into it, and putting money back into a person's pocket can not only be through decreasing tax fees and where these things go, but also reinvesting in the town and increasing property values. So I just want to present that as a thought.
Sir, any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Belbin, over here.
Oh, sorry.
Andy Carterelli, 19 Popes Point Road. On the FinCom when this came up, one of the things we wanted to do was if it did go down to 1%, we'd like to see it go directly into an account for the schools. We asked the town administrator about this, if there was a mechanism to do this tonight, and he said that we couldn't do this tonight, but it was something that could be offered at the next ballot question. So there could be a mechanism that would take this 2% and put it directly into something to build the school. And one thing we were worried about was it going directly back into the general fund. So that's another path we can go as well. And if it does get reduced at the ballot, when these projects are over, we could always vote to raise it back up. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, I missed the chairman of the Finance Committee, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, John, did ask me a question about that, about the mechanism, and I believe my response was that there isn't any direct mechanism to put any CPC reduction into the school building project. You would have to separately vote those issues. It's that simple. Now, you might have those on the same ballot, but there's certainly no guarantee that you're going to have, you could end up with no CPC and no school building, or you could end up with both. But there's no direct connection between the two, so I'm sorry if there was some confusion there, but that's I believe what I responded to the chairman of the Finance Committee.
Through you, Mr. Moderator?
That's correct.
Mr. Carter?
Yes, that's correct. That might have been a miscommunication on my end.
That's fine. Ms. Maroney?
I have been an advocate of trying to push the school through in an affordable manner, and that's why one of the ideas that we came up with when I was still on FinCom and now on the Board of Selectmen is, no, it doesn't directly, the savings will not directly go into the school. However, if you're trying to do a budget within your family, we just reduced some of our Comcast at home to reduce the offset of college expense coming up. The CPC, yeah, it's only to some people a measly $80 for the year. However, if we're trying to come together to make this school happen, we know that there's going to be some sort of a debt exclusion, which means our taxes are going to go up. Let's just be nice and say $200 a year. Well, that $80 that we are going to be saving on the CPC will be a net effect from the $200. So we're just trying, the proponents of this article are just trying to make the school keep going forward to be able to make it as affordable to everyone as humanly possible. Because quite frankly, $80 in this economy is a lot of money to some people. Thank you.
Sir.
Mr. Moderator, Garrett Olson, 12 South Meadow. I wanted to step up. I think the debate back and forth right here really is proof that this really should be something that goes to the voter. I mean, Selectwoman Ms. Hewins makes some excellent points. We have some excellent points over here. This is all the information I think all the voters need to get and listen to make an educated decision. My rough math, and it's not perfect, but I kept track of that last count on an amendment, and the total numbers came to about 152, I think, people that voted on the last amendment. So that means there's about 150 to maybe 160 of us here in this room. And I think there's a heck of a lot more people who would want to speak out on this issue by way of a ballot. They did it on the non-binding. And I just came up to make those points and suggest perhaps we move the question.
Ms. Clark?
Just for clarification, I actually hate this microphone, so I'm up here because I really feel a need to speak about it. Unlike a household budget, you're talking about an income that can be shifted back and forth. If you reduce the CPA to 1%, that's no longer it's no longer revenue for us, so it's gone. So you'd actually have to convince people to bring back money for the schools, whereas if you keep it with the CPC at the CPA at 3%, there's a possibility, because I have been to their meetings and been in discussions with them, to be able to use that money towards school efforts. We would have to obviously go through the grant process and all that, but some of the things that wouldn't be covered under the building, CPC helped me out here, but I think you could use it towards some of the recreational facilities around the building, like the fields and whatnot. Is that correct? Somebody?
Mr. Moderator, through you, can I say something? This is Liz Sorrell.
Oh, yes, Ms. Sorrell.
On the list of projects that need to be done here on this campus is desperately need a renovation of the track, which was not allowed before, but with the changes in the law, that now the renovation of the track could be included in a CPC project if accepted. So, and we did build the tennis courts and basketball, which takes money. This prevents us from having to ask the town for warrant articles or capital outlay expenses, which we'd then be paying interest on because it's borrowing money. So yes, it could go to other projects that are needed in town.
Mr. Nowen.
Jim Nowen, 15 Old Maid Street. I want to point out something that hasn't been brought out in this discussion, which is that with the increase in home sales in Carver now, in the last few months, there's a great deal of money coming in through the registry office in Plymouth. And the registrar, Mr. Buckley, spoke to us about this, the fact that we are seeing an awful lot of money come in from home sales in Carver because Carver homes are more affordable than many others on the South Shore. Now that means that if we reduce our investment in CPA from 3% to 1%, most of that money that we send in from the real estate sales, as well as from our 3% payoffs, is going to go to other towns. It's not going to come back to Carver. Right now we're getting roughly 50 cents back for every dollar that we put in. And if we cut back down to 1, we'll get roughly 15 cents or 10 cents for every dollar that we put in. So it's a real loser to go cut that back down from 3% to 1%, in my mind.
Seeing no further movement to the...
Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Franny first.
It's entirely up to you how you want to vote this, but with the sequestration that President Obama has, he's toying with the idea of doing away with the tax-exempt status of municipal bonds. That's going to drive this project even harder. Like Helen explained to us, we're trying to make things affordable. It's entirely up to you, though. I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Mr. Cotter.
Yes, just a comment. At the last election, we had over 70% of the people voted to bring this to the ballot. So I think we need to respect their vote and further debate this with a larger group of people so that all ideas are heard and people can just basically express their opinion. So I'd like to move this question to a vote.
Seeing no further movement to the mics, which I hadn't seen before. We're now voting on Article 31. A yes vote is to reduce the percentage from 3% to 1%. A no vote will maintain it at the present 3%. All those in favor of Article 31 signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Tellers, please come forward. All those in favor, please raise your cards and keep them held until I tell you to put them down. Okay, if you can put your cards down. All those opposed, please raise your cards.
You had 29? Okay, she had 29. On Article 31, there were 58 yeas, 121 nays. The article is defeated.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to take Article 39 out of order. Article 39 has a time element. It would expedite things for the North Carver Water District to have Marion Drive approved tonight.
No, let's get this warrant done, Chairman.
Second.
Mr. Johnson, I believe that we're going to end up getting this warrant done tonight. So I'm not sure that we need to take it out of order. And I can tell you there's 2 visitors that have been sitting here all night waiting for one article. And they've been regaled, they're from out of town, and they've been regaled by us. So.
Mr. Moderator,
I think we can.
I believe we have a motion and a second on the floor. I would like to move Article 39. I think it's important.
There's a motion made and seconded to move Article 39, take Article 39 out of order. It's debatable. Is there any further discussion on it? Seeing none. Do I hear a motion to take it out of order? All right, all those in favor of taking it out of order say yay. Yay. Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it. Article 39.
Mr. Moderator, I move the article as printed.
Motion's been made and seconded on Article 39. Any discussion? Mr. Hunter.
This is Marion Drive, which is off of Plymouth Street toward Middleborough, where MBO and SLT construction is. And Mr. Johnson is absolutely correct. The parcel in front of the SLT is under agreement, and part of the agreement is that this road be accepted. It's been paved. All the improvements have been made by and inspected by DPW, our engineer, and the planning board. More importantly is that this will allow us to enter into contract, allow the North Carver Water District to enter into contract with the Deacon's company for them to purchase water from us. So there's a lot of different moving parts here, but it's ready to go.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, no movement to the mics. All those in all those in favor of Article 39 signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, so voted unanimously.
Article 32. I move the article as printed.
I got to get to the right page here. No, your motion is not in order. Article 32. Motion was made and seconded. Board of Selectmen vote.
Board of Selectmen vote was 5-0.
FinCom vote.
Sorry, is this Article 32?
32.
5-0 to approve.
Any discussion? Seeing no movement to the mics. All those in favor of Article 32 signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? Article 33. This is Article 33 by the Police Department. The Article 33 is moved as printed. And seconded. Chief Mix.
I'm only up here if anybody has any questions, because I'm sure we all want to get moving.
Move the article.
Mr. Belbin, of course.
Oh, I'm sorry, I neglected, the town clerk's yelling at me because I neglected to get the Board of Selectmen vote on this.
401.
FinCom vote.
5-0.
Article 33, Mr. Belbin.
Okay, is this a zoning or is this a town regular bylaw?
Town bylaw.
It's a town bylaw.
Okay. My question is this, is that if the bylaws, because are under the building inspector for signs, then the police department shouldn't be dealing with this. This should be a building inspector matter, and I don't think the police
We don't
department
have a
did.
building inspector anymore.
We have a part-time building inspector.
All right, I'll explain it real quick. The reason I presented this is because if they don't put the signs up an hour before the polls open and take them down an hour after, I have police officers out here in the past years, sometimes on overtime, having to referee where signs go. It's just to make the polls go better in the signs. I don't want to enforce it, but we've had some bizarre stories over the year, which I'm sure nobody really wants to hear tonight.
Any further discussion on the article? Mr. Belbin?
Does this interfere with anybody's right to hold a sign and to walk around? Because really, before the polls open or whatnot, I mean, if you're saying an hour before and an hour after, people start getting here early for a poll or whatnot, then you've lost that opportunity to go out there and be politically active to support your campaign.
Bob, in 18 years, the only reason I've seen people out here with signs before, an hour before the polls have opened, is because they've staked out their claim to some part of real estate out there. I mean, we've had people camping out there. I think if we say you can't show up until an hour before, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to take away anybody's votes or anything, because the voters don't show up until it opens.
I just don't think we need this.
Any further discussion? Oh, of course, Mr. Pratt.
I think we need this. But what we need, we just don't need any signs whatsoever. If you don't know who you're going to go vote for in the poll, 500 people standing as a gauntlet, all I can think of is Clint Eastwood trying to get to the courthouse in that bus. Because some sanity to the process, and if this gets us closer and avoids us having to pay for overtime for the police department, then let's get it. If we ban political signs in the future, I'm all for that too.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no movement to the microphones. All those in favor of Article 33 signify by stating aye. Aye. All opposed? No. So voted.
Thank you, Bob.
Article 34 is moved as printed. Motion's been made and seconded. Board of Selectmen vote.
4-0.
FinCom vote.
5-0 to approve.
Okay. Sergeant, you want to?
I'm all here for any questions, sir.
Okay, this this bylaw really only pertains to one business in town. There's another business that's auto repair or whatnot, salvage yard or whatnot, okay? So we're talking about Carver Jewelers, who's been a great business here in town, who goes above and beyond what he should do. And I think that punishing just him to go through this, really, there's a lot to this. There's fines, there's fees that you gotta, he's already pays for a building, business permit and stuff like that that goes here. He pays taxes already here. I mean, now you turn around, you gotta jump through all these hoops for his business. I think this is wrong. I think it's too much. I understand the intent of it, I totally do, but we're talking one guy that's gonna be affected by this. Oh, the other thing is what about all these houses? People have house parties to get rid of their gold or jewelry or anything. That's not included in this. And you can get ripped off by them too. Not to say you get ripped off by Carver Jewelers, because he's awesome.
Chief?
Thank you for the disclaimer. The intent of this is to regulate basically pawnbrokers. Actually, in thinking back, there's probably 3 businesses in town that this will affect. It'll affect salvage yards, which we have 2, and it'll affect Carver Jewelers. This has got nothing to do with Carver Jewelers. I've actually spoken to him when we made an initial one last year. This will also protect a merchant, because if they take in something that's stolen and they pay the person that sold them the stolen goods, they then become a victim themselves. We've taken part in a database that will allow the merchant to notify us who is selling stuff. If we have the same person selling stuff in Carver, and Plymouth, and Wareham, and they're 20 years old, and they're unemployed, and they're selling multiple pieces of jewelry, we're pretty sure there's a problem there, and we need to look at them. So this is a two-way street. I understand there's some restrictions. I'm not trying to block businesses from coming into town, but we should really be smart about what businesses come into town. And I'm going to tell you, a bunch of pawn shops is nothing that you want in your town.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no movement to the mic. Article 34. All those in favor of Article 34 signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? No.
Thanks again, Bob.
Article 35. The article is moved as presented.
Second.
And seconded. Board of Selectmen vote.
4-0.
Finance Committee vote.
5-0.
Planning Board vote.
4-0.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Hunter.
I'll be brief, very brief. I was approached by the police chief. We think it's a good idea. This is a moratorium on any marijuana medical centers coming into town while the planning board forms a committee and we get a bylaw to you next year.
Any other questions? Any other debate? Seeing no movement to the mics. All those in favor of Article 35 signify by stating aye. Oh, wait a minute, sorry. This is a 2/3 vote, and if it's not unanimously, it will require a hand count. Article 35, all those in favor of Article 35 signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? The article passes, so voted unanimously.
Article 36. I move the article as printed.
Article 36. Motion's been made and seconded. Board of Selectmen vote.
Board of Selectmen vote was 5-0.
And FinCom vote.
We did not vote.
Discussion. Mr. Griffin.
Mr. Moderator, a quick bit of history on Julian Grove. When my grandfather and the people that worked in the foundry had a baseball team that played across the street. There was a ball field there. At the end of the season, they would come across the street into this big pine grove and have clam bake. They called it Triangle Park because Tremont Street, Seaford Street, and Wareham Street form a triangle. It was a beautiful grove of trees. In 1915, they went there, and there was a man cutting the logs. And they didn't think they didn't want to lose their grave. So they went to Mr. Eldorado McFarland, who lived up on the corner of Tremont Street. She just wanted her money, and the guy cutting the logs just wanted his money, so they passed the hat. And they got enough money to solve all those problems. Henry S. Griffith, who wrote the town history, drew up a trust right there that day, and they all signed it. It was ran along several years until World War I. Julian Southworth, who lived out on Tremont Street, directly backing up to this big grove, was the only man in Carver killed in World War I. So they thought they would dedicate the grove in Julian's memory. It was an effort. They went down to Wareham Street, and some oxen and a sledge, and they got a big boulder, and they moved it up and put it on there, and they put a plaque on it in memory of Julian Southworth. And as most of you know, that Julian Southworth is the name of the American Legion post in Carver, the Julian Southworth Post. We have been, over the years, it's been used for clam bakes and things, but it's kind of died out. When the South Carver Grange, we used to have Grange fairs there. South Carver churches would have church fairs. But everything sort of died out, and we cast around. Werwin Washman, Robert Williams, and myself were the trustees, and we cast around what we should do. And we decided the best thing to do was to turn it over to the town. Now, that's not something you just do, because it's a trust. So I had my lawyer, he had to go to the Attorney General and get permission, and that was not easy. We had to document a lot of information. But we put it through. The Church of the Vine wanted to buy a half acre. They need space, they need parking. So we sold them a piece. And further down Wareham Street on the far end, we found out when we did a survey that our land went within 8 inches of Jim Stockbridge's house, his garage. So we sold him a little piece of land so that he has a place there. But anyway, what's left is 81,000 square feet. And we would like to have it go into the town. That's what these are. There's 3 articles here that Article 36 just says that they will turn the property over to the town, and maintain the land as a playground and park, subject to all the restrictions that we've had over the years, which means no permanent structures. However, somebody running a fair can put up booths and all that stuff in there. The grove was beautiful. When I was youngster, there was great big pine trees like Shirtliff Park. It was devastated in 1955 by Hurricane Carol and Edna, and it had to be replanted. Unfortunately, they didn't plant white pine, they planted red pine, but that's another story. Anyway, it is a nice grove, and it got hurt last winter from the storms. We've got to pick up a lot of leaves, limbs. But it's a nice piece of property, and when I was growing up, there were 15 kids on that street. We all played there. We all played. I came down from Lakefield Street to play. So it's been a gathering spot for many, many years. So I would urge you to vote to accept it. Article 36. You want to do 37 at the same time, Don?
We can bundle 36, 37, and 38.
Mr. Moderator, the only thing I would suggest, if you bundle it, we do need a number and for
Correct.
establishing a revolving account.
Article 37. We need
So if you're going to bundle, you'd have to make sure that's included in the motion.
So do we have?
Well, Mr. Griffith and I talked about this and just suggested a number of $7,500 as a upper cap on the activity in the fund.
All right, so if there's no objection, we'll bundle Articles 36, 37, and 38 with the funds not to exceed on the revolving account of $7,500.
Article 38 is the remainder of the funds that the trust holds, which will be turned into the town the amount of $2,314.99 to be used in a revolving fund to maintain the area there.
Seeing no objection to voting Articles 36, 37, 38 together, all in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. And I'd like to thank for the town, I'd like to thank Mr. Griffith and the trust for donating this land to us.
I'd like to move to reconsider Article 31.
Motion has been made to reconsider. I hear a second. It is not debatable, it is not amendable, and I require a majority vote. If you vote to vote in favor of reconsideration, you open up debate to Article 31. If you vote...
Doesn't a person who requests a reconsideration have to have been on the prevailing side?
That's true, but it's tough for the moderator standing here to figure out exactly which side the proponent... I can assume he's an honest man and he's making a motion understanding those rules. So, motion to...
Mr. Moderator, are you asking me a question?
Were you on the prevailing side?
Sir, I was not.
Then by town meeting time and Robert's Rules of Order, you can't bring it up. Sorry, you're ruled out of order.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move Article 40 as written.
Motion's been made to move Article 40 as written. Do I hear a second? Motion's been made and seconded. Board of Selectmen vote.
Board of Selectmen with 5-0.
FinCom vote.
401.
Planning Board vote.
4-0.
4-0. I'd like to say that we've had two individuals sitting here since 7 o'clock tonight, listening to our highly informative town meeting, who are not from town. One is a lawyer for AD Makepeace Company, Mr. Serkey, and I believe the Vice President of AD Makepeace Company, George Rogers. And if you want to give them a minute of time for them to just make a brief presentation, I'm sure that would help them justify their sitting around for 4.5 hours waiting for us. So without objection, I'm going to ask Mr. Serkey and Mr. Rogers to come down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Rich Serkey. I'm an attorney in Plymouth. My name is Rich Serkey. I'm an attorney in Plymouth, and I'm here with George Rogers, who's Senior Vice President of the AD Makepeace Company. The article before you, Article 40, would allow the rezoning of some land on Federal Road, and it is in close proximity to the Ocean Spray Cranberries receiving plant. It would allow the AD Makepeace Company to apply for a special permit from the Planning Board in order to construct a soil blending facility on that site. The estimated value of the soil blending facility would be $5 million. It would bring in taxes approximately $113,500 each year, CPA fees of approximately $3,400 per year, and in addition to that, it would yield a rollback tax from Chapter 61A of approximately $21,500. The land involved is currently zoned residential agricultural, which precludes us from applying for a special permit in order to build this facility. However, if it was rezoned as requested to IA, we would be eligible to apply for a special permit for this facility. The tract of land is approximately 300 acres in size. 100 acres is already owned by Ocean Spray Cranberries for its receiving station. The other 200 acres is owned by the A.D. Makepeace Company. The soil blending facility would occupy 29 acres of that land. We've done a traffic analysis which indicates that the project would only cause minimal increases of traffic on the road network, which would be Federal Road and Cranberry Road. The traffic volumes on Federal Road are below design capacity, and 80% of the traffic from the facility would go south toward Wareham. Only 20% would go north toward Cranberry Road, and those percentages happen to be the opposite of the percentages that the Ocean Spray Cranberries receiving plant generates. So in sum, we're asking for the rezoning, which will allow us to apply for a special permit, and at that time the planning board would hold a noticed public hearing and attach to the soil blending facility, if it chose to approve it, all appropriate conditions and safeguards that it feels would be suitable for the operation. And with that, I'll yield the mic to Mr. Rogers, if that's okay with you, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Rogers.
Good evening. George Rogers, Senior Vice President, A.D. Makepeace Company. I'll be very brief. Why do we want to do this? In the fall of 2011, A.D. Makepeace acquired Reed Custom Soils, a Canton-based company that manufactures engineered soils for some of the stuff you talked about tonight: ball fields, golf courses, equestrian facilities, green roofs, bioretention, et cetera, et cetera. With that acquisition came a short-term lease on a Canton facility, which will end at the end of this year. We would like to bring this manufacturing facility to Carver. What will it consist of? Multiple storage buildings to store raw and finished products, an office building. It'll be located between the CMW landfill in South Carver and the Ocean Spray Complex. Probably the only building you'll see from the road would be the office building. It's to manufacture and store the soils and ship them out of there. Thank you.
Any further questions? Yes, ma'am.
Paula Welch, 32 Priscilla Mullins Way. We live very close to there, and my questions to you is the impact on our neighborhood in terms of, you answered traffic, but noise, air pollution. We all have wells. I'm not sure if you use chemicals for the soil, all the environmental impacts that we might have.
We don't use chemicals. We are located in a depression approximately 20 feet behind the Ocean Spray plant. MSHA requires us to have backup alarms on our loaders, but we are switching from the beep beeps to a more of a growling noise and lights that they allow. What else was it? Air pollution, there should be none of that. Any dust would stay right on site, and we do have dust control measures basically with water.
Sir.
Sean Bogart, 116 Cranberry Road. I've spoken with George and the planning board. We're not saying vote no against this, definitely, but I do want the town to be aware that maybe during the special permitting process to follow, that there are a significant amount of residents in the area excuse me, that will be affected by the traffic and the extra 20% of their truck traffic to go up and down Cranberry Road to Tremont Street, a major intersection, in my opinion, in South Carver. So I know they did traffic studies. We're kind of working with them to find out the effects on Cranberry Road specifically. They kind of lean more towards Federal Road being that's their primary path, the 80% estimated traffic. So again, our concerns are just to make the town aware that there is a significant portion of the population, I think, down that way that will be affected. And again, we're for the money for the town. We think it's great. There will be expansion, we would imagine, in the future as well. So this will become a bigger operation. And I know there's not so much industrial zones in the town of Carver, and that's part of what drew us to the town when we moved here. So I'd hate to see us just start giving industrial zones willy-nilly here and there. So I know it is remote, but again, it's not as remote as most people might think.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Smith.
Ellen Smith, 159 Tremont Street. I don't know who I should pose this to. That's probably a good fit for Carver, for the industrial. But is there any kind of provision that if they leave, that it would just be a regular industrial and fall into those categories? So do I pose that to our planning or zoning? That if we rule now that it's industrial and you guys leave 30 years from now, that'd be industrial and just regular zoning?
If that's rezoned IA, it would stay IA.
All right,
Unless it
thank
would be brought back, if they never developed on the site or anything like that, unless they brought it back or the town decided to change it, it would stay IA as it's, if the town meeting approves this.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing no movement. Although this is a 2/3 vote, it's a zoning change. If it's not a unanimous vote, I'll have to take your hand count. All those in favor of Article 40 as printed signify by stating aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, so voted unanimously.
Second.
I hear a motion to dissolve the annual town meeting. All those in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. All opposed? Dissolve the
picture based, it's all based on what we just did.
Iron ore was used to make cannons and cannonballs for the Revolutionary War. Here in Carver.
Red Sox. All right, let's continue with more. Let's go to one of those interviews here from Al Lang Stadium.
The new breeds that are out there now have a capacity to do all sorts of things that you wouldn't have imagined.
Some love.